Plans Act 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. A supplementary?
Yes, please. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I seek your guidance that, fire has been a very terrific thing in recent times, and therefore crave your indulgence that if we could intensify the pre-enforcement and enforcement measures to make sure that most of the people who occupy commercial buildings really comply with this provision of the Act. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, it seems you didn't get a question. Honourable Member, can you repeat your question?
I'm asking the Honourable Minister to intensify the level of pre-enforcement and enforcement measures, since fire has been very rampant lately. Thank you.
This is a comment, really not a question. Any further question? Thank you very much. Question number 42. Standing in the name of Honourable Vincent Eko Asafua, Member of Parliament for Old Tafu. Yes, Honourable
Thank you,
Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I please ask your leave to stand in and ask the question for
Honourable Deputy Minority Leader.
Yes.
My leave is subject to authority being given you by Honourable Eko Asafua.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
In line with Standing Order 89.3.
So, Mr. Speaker, under the authority of Honourable Vincent Eko Asafua, may I please ask your leave?
Please
Take your leave to ask the question on the behalf.
Please do.
Thank you very much. Honourable, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior the current state of resources and logistics available to the Ghana National Fire Service in tackling fire outbreaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana National Fire Service has a total number of 247 fire appliances across the country. Out of this number, 199 are in commission and 48 are out of commission and are being worked on at the various mechanical workshops of the service in the regions to ensure their continuous use. Mr. Speaker, appliances include all fire fighting trucks, recovery trucks, turntable ladders, hydraulic platforms, and water tankers. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana National Fire Service has a total workforce of 17,514 personnel. These personnel have been deployed throughout the country to perform various operational duties. However, the service lacks adequate and required modern firefighting logistics to confront fire outbreaks, as you can attest to recent fire outbreaks at several markets throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, to address the situation, the Ministry of Interior has earmarked the Ghana National Fire Service as one of the state institutions to be retooled. Effort will be put in place to replace all the old fire tenders with state-of-the-art multipurpose fire tender. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm following up to know exactly when, if you have a timeline for the purchasing of the state-of-the-art fire tender, because we are very much aware the inadequacies within the country when fire outbreaks occurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague will rightly know, we are currently in talks with the Finance Minister to see how allocations could be made. So it will be very difficult to give a timeline as to when we can say specifically by this date we will have the first new fire tender coming in. So we are currently in talks with the Minister of Finance for him to appreciate that the newest tender that we have is over 15 years. And definitely we need to be able to route to the fire service. Knowing that the envelope is tight, the finances are difficult, we are talking to the Finance Minister to make room so that we'll be able to route to the fire service. Because, Mr. Speaker, as the House may know, between October and February, we have an average of about 50 fires across the country. And sometimes it is so devastating and very difficult. But obviously, their tools are obsolete, and we need to be able to route to them. And I'm sure the Finance Minister is very much aware of this and is taking steps to assist the ministry to get these fire tenders. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I will not be able to tell when exactly we'll be able to do this. It is our hope that we'll get them like yesterday, meaning that they are very urgent. But because the finances is rest with Minister of Finance, I will not be able to give a specific timeline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, just another follow-up, just to get a confirmation. Since you have established the agency of the purchase of the fire tenders, do I get an assurance from you that by the end of this year, these tenders will be purchased? Thank you.
Speaker, that's still a very difficult one. Because, for example, in our talks with the Finance Minister, he's hopeful that during the mid-year review, he'll be able to look at what he can do. Because as we speak currently, the budget ceiling that has been given to the Ministry of Interior does not include the possibility of buying fire tenders within the first, second quarter, because the first quarter is almost gone. So it means that if there could be any hope, it is when the Ministry of Finance makes available resources, probably into the third quarter, that will be able to start. But the assurance is that when the Finance Minister is able to ascertain some resources, you can start the process of procuring so that it can move faster. But unfortunately, until that is done, it will be very difficult for the ministry to start any process. But I can assure you that the Minister of Finance appreciates this challenge, and the government of the NDC equally appreciates this challenge and has stated in our manifesto and repeatedly said by the Mr. President that we need to route to the fire service so that they'll be able to protect all of us. So that will be something that will be on top of our agenda. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I will not be able to assure you that by the end of this year, you will begin to see all these new fire tenders. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Minister, you indicate in your answer that 48 of the fire tenders are out of commission and are being worked on at the various mechanical workshops. That was close to 20% of your entire stock of tenders. Do you have a deadline for ensuring that they are fixed, repaired, and available for use?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
This is that as you fix some today, some are breaking down today. So it will be very difficult. If it is just this specific 48, then I will have been able to tell the majority leader that, oh, by the end of next month, many of them could be put into use. But the challenge we have is that whilst we are fixing this one, others are also getting bigger because of the nature of the average age of the equipment. So it's very difficult at any time to say that you can deploy up to 90% of the equipment that are within the fire service because of their obsolete nature. So, Mr. Honorable Majority Leader, it's very difficult to be able to tell how many we can ensure to be on the run at a time because of the age of the equipment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
So, Mr. Minister, are you saying that in the past 8 years, not a single fire tender was purchased by the government of the NPP to increase the stock of fire tenders in this country? In the past 8 years, not one single fire tender was purchased. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, Honorable Minister, answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, that is rightly so. When it comes to fire tender, no. You can talk about other logistical like pickups, this platform that was purchased during the period. But when it comes to fire tender, for the last decade, since 2014, we've not procured any fire tender to augment what the service has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll give the floor to Honorable Animedu Entry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is very right that this was done as of February. Last Friday, I gave a statement, and Mr. Speaker, you benevolently said that you were forwarding the statement to the Minister. In the statement, I indicated that the Konongo fire tender, because of the experience we had on the eve of the Independence Day, is now out of commission. My observation is that your previous predecessors had given attention to the police and have often neglected the Ghana National Fire Service. My question is, would you give us the assurance that the Ghana National Fire Service will be treated equally like the other three ministers? If you can give us the assurance. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, your answer to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague had listened to me since I went to the ministry, I've been emphasizing that fire service, the Ghana Prison Service, will no longer be orphans. It means that I'm going to pay serious attention to whatever they are doing and to ensure that they get the necessary support. And I also take this opportunity to, Mr. Speaker, encourage our citizens, especially the philanthropists, to come to the aid, because most of the time, since I became the minister about a month ago, a number of volunteers come forward to say that they want to donate these items or that items to the police. And constantly I have to remind them that, look, those who are really terribly in need are fire service and the prisons. And they will now go back and say, oh, okay, then we are extending same to the fire service and the police, to the prisons. It's not because the police is fully adequate, but because they are more visible to the citizenry. When challenges come, the tendency to rush to solve that of the police is much higher than the others. But I can assure my colleague, Mr. Speaker, that equal attention will be given to all the services to ensure that their services are rendered professionally so that they protect all of us. Because what they also do are equally important, especially during some specific period. In the case of the fire, between October and February, is very devastating and sometimes it's very, very disturbing for a country. So I can assure him that that attention will be given. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Majority.
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, may I find out from the Honorable Minister that as we speak, we don't have a maintenance regime properly so-called for maintaining the tenders. So, for instance, Mr. Speaker, you yourself, your fire district officer will come to you to buy fuel, to buy lorry tie when they are worn out, to service and all that. So, as the new minister, will he consider coming out with a maintenance regime so that regularly these tenders will be maintained, so they don't break down the numbers that they do now, Mr. Speaker?
I believe some proposal. I believe some proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can assure my colleague that those maintenance regimes are there. But sometimes when it gets to the time that you have to do some of these major, like the ties, the batteries, and the finance ministry hasn't released the resources, it becomes very difficult. Then you get it skipped, and that gets compounded. So we are working very hard with the Minister of Finance to ensure that at least the few that we have, we are able to maintain them so that they will be running. So I can assure my colleague that the maintenance regime is there. It is only the resources to back it, which sometimes becomes difficult. And then you see them writing to MPs and all other citizens to support. And I want to encourage all of us to continue to support them, because without our support, it will mean that the situation will even get worse than it is. But we've gotten a lot of assurance from the finance minister to improve what they do towards this, their releases towards these agencies. And I'm sure once those releases get improved, we'll see an improvement in the maintenance and the service that they are providing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Samuel Abujinopo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister made a point about how fire tenders, in his words, no major retooling took place in respect of the Ghana Fire Service since 2014. The Speaker, I have in my hands a news item from the ministry's own website. The ministry's own website. And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I will read where it says that the government has procured 200 rapid intervention vehicles for the Ghana National Fire Service by the end of as at 2023 to augment its old fleet and also help the service navigate its way through traffic to arrive at emergency scenes on time. And Mr. Speaker, it goes on and on how the sector minister inspected these rapid intervention vehicles, and it actually shows a photo of these fire tenders or these rapid intervention vehicles. And Mr. Speaker, this is captured on the website of the Ministry of Interior. Mr. Speaker, the question is, given that, and I don't doubt what the minister said, I mean, perhaps it's a matter of records, because the minister used the word major retooling. Major retooling this, Mr. Speaker, as you will agree, is subjective and relative. And therefore, given the information I pulled out of the Ministry of Interior's own website, which suggests clearly that, contrary to the records that have been provided to the minister, 200 rapid intervention vehicles were procured and were procured for emergency services. Will the minister be in a position, if not now, but later, will he be in a position to give us a breakdown of the various equipments, logistics, and retooling of the Ghana National Fire Service as from 2014 to date? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable former minister, if you are asking the minister to give you a breakdown from 2014 till date, I advise you to file a fresh question. Yes, so it should be in the form of a fresh question, but not for him to answer now. Very well, then the substantive question.
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, I wanted to provide some clarity with what he's saying. Remember, the supplementary question was about fire tenders. And I even qualified and said that, yes, over the period, pickups and other, I even mentioned the hydraulic platform. The hydraulic platform are the one that you see are able to put fire at a very long distance, like the Job 600. Those were procured. When you talk about the rapid equipment and that you are talking about, currently, just find out, you have about 266 districts, political districts that we have. Even the 200 that you mentioned, it means that not all the districts could even get the pickup. So when we are talking about major retooling, I mean, what will be the essence of a firefighters if there's fire in this chamber, may God forbid, and then you have 200 fire officers running here, all of them with the gears, but without fire tender? What are they coming here to do? It will be a useless adventure. So yes, getting them pickers to be able to move, getting them water hose to be able to run to a place, getting them the foam to be able to put minor fires off, without a major retooling of the fire tenders that they use to collect water, get hydrants, repaired, and making sure that the water runs into them. You agree with me that that's not retooling? Because to retool, you have to make sure that even when you have the fire tender, the hydrants that we have across the city must have water in them. Because the tender will be there. When there's fire and they run to a hydrant, there's no water running through it. You still have not been able to retool the fire service to deal with the challenges that we are talking about. So the specific question was in respect of fire tender. And I said that when it comes to fire tender, the last time that we did retooling with respect to fire tender was 2014. So please get that. But like Mr. Speaker is saying, with those other breakdowns, when you ask the question, I'll be more than happy to come and provide those details. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what the Honourable Jinapo has read is a report on the website of the ministry that says that the ministry is to procure.
Not procure.
The ministry is to procure 200. And the statement was made when one was deposited for them to inspect. Oh, I can read it. I can read it. Mr. Speaker, it says, government to procure 200 rapid intervention vehicles for fire service. August 16, 2023. August 16, 2023. And it says that the government is set to procure 200 rapid intervention vehicles for the Ghana National Fire Service by the end of 2023 to augment its old fleet and also help the service navigate its way through traffic to arrive at emergency scenes on time. The RIVs, which have been multi-purpose fitted for fighting fires and road traffic extrication, are expected to be deployed to accident-prone areas, strategic locations within sensitive national installations and district fire stations. This is where I want you to pay attention. Inspecting one of the RIVs, which have been delivered, one, to Ghana National Fire Service on a pilot basis. One was delivered on a pilot basis. Mr. Speaker, one was delivered on a pilot basis, and it was at the inspection of that one that the statement concerning the plan and intention to procure the 200 was made. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to. No, the minister made a statement.
Honourable members, the former minister responsible for lands and natural resources made a statement making reference to a publication in a particular way. And the Honourable Majority Leader is recognized, and he is making a statement to the effect that what the Honourable former minister said is not correct, and he is stating the correct position. So, honourable members, Honourable Majority Leader, you may conclude.
So, on the basis on the basis of a fuller reading of the publication just cited by the Honorable Abu Jinapo, I want to find out from the Minister whether he would check and confirm to this House if indeed 200, rapid intervention vehicles were procured and delivered.
Well, Honorable Minister, the question is whether you check and apprise the House.
Speaker, why not? I can check and get the detailed information to the majority leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable members, let's bring the supplementary questions to the Minister responsible for Interior to an end. Honourable members, we now move back to the urgent question numbered C. Honourable Minister, you are hereby discharged. Honourable Finance Minister, you may please take the chair. Urgent question number C.
Speaker, I am on my feet at this dispatch box to ask the Minister for Finance the measures taken to close the USAID financing gap of $156 million following a directive from the President, which was communicated through a press release by the Minister responsible for government communication. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, given the reality of the funding gap of $156 million, the government would take the following measures to close the funding gap. Mr. Speaker, as part of the resources that will be made available as a result of the uncapping of the National Health Insurance Levy, part of it will be used to close the gap created following the suspension of the USAID funding. Additionally, an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis is being allocated in the goods and services budget of the Ministry of Health under the expenditure line Global Fund. This will be used to procure vaccines that hitherto were being funded by the USAID. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. May I know from the Honourable Minister how much is to be expected from the uncapping of the NHIS fund? Because, Mr. Speaker, the Minister is talking about decapping of the fund. Now, he should be able to tell us how much, as a result of the decapping, would be available.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this requires some coordination with the revenue authorities to get the figures. So he should ask the substantive question on the matter. But the Minister has it, so...
Mr. Speaker, this must stop. The Majority Leader has been using this to intimidate the backbench. He is a leader of this House. He shouldn't be doing this. And when it gets to the Minority Leader, he now takes the stage to be intimidating and directing. We don't know him as a bully. We don't know him as a bully. That's not his training. He should allow the Minister to answer the question.
Well, honorable members, I believe the minister is capable of answering the question. So, honorable minister, just provide.
Mr. Speaker, the National Health Insurance Authority will be receiving in total an amount of 9.9 billion. The National Health Insurance Authority will be receiving in total an amount of 9.9 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is because of the uncapping. The uncapping of the National Health Insurance Levy has made available additional resources worth 4.2 billion Ghana cedis to the National Health Insurance Authority. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed enough for the National Health Insurance Authority to be able to include in their priorities the funding gap as created by the USAID resources. Thank you.
Honourable members, I'm not supposed to take part, but we can all refer to page 137 and 138 of the budget. Honourable, a further supplementary.
This government committed, promised 1.5 billion for the agro sector and made provision for 924 million in the estimate. So don't let us go there. Mr. Speaker, don't let us go there. Don't lead yourself into temptation. The same thing with their big push. They should give proper assurances. They say one thing and do another. It's only talk government. They say women banking, only gave 51 million. Women
Honorable
banking.
Minority Leader, your supplementary question.
Yes, Mr.
Please.
Speaker. They don't keep their promises. Mr. Speaker, I want to know from the Minister of Finance.
Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Minority, I recognize Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader should learn to behave properly in this chamber. He should learn to behave properly in this chamber. Please, let's treat each other with respect. Please, you cannot stand here and just point accusing finger and say they don't keep their promises. This is a government that so far has kept every promise that it has made to Ghanaians. Every promise that we have made to Ghanaians, we have kept. Every promise we have kept. We said we will appoint not more than 60 ministers. We have done so. We said we will do that. We said we are going to abolish taxes. We have abolished the taxes. Every single thing that we've said we will do, we are doing. Go out there and conduct a survey. Every Ghanaian you ask say that they have confidence in John Dramani Mahama and the government, and that they are happy because they have seen that this is a government that keeps its promises. So you cannot stand here and just throw your fingers and then point at us and say we don't keep our promises. The budget has just been brought. We have not yet even considered it. We have not yet even approved it for us to implement our promises. You cannot always stand up and talk as if you are more than anybody in this chamber. Make this your last time. Make this your last time.
Honourable members, the issue of keeping promise or not cannot be a supplementary question to question numbered C. So, Honourable Minority Leader asks a supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of government business, who I so much respect, was on his feet to mislead the House. He was not up on a point of order against a question which was yet to be asked. but he talked about proper behavior. But his
Honorable
approach,
Minority
Mr. Speaker,
Leader.
I need to finish. Mr. Speaker, I need to finish.
Honorable Minority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, I need to finish.
Once again,
Mr. Speaker, I
will
need to
you
finish.
ask a supplementary question? Honorable Minority Leader, once again, will you ask a supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I am asking my supplementary question. However, I need your leave to respond to certain matters that have gone into the record of this House, which matters were raised by the majority leader. And it is my right, far right, to respond to these, because he introduced them. Mr. Speaker, if the majority leader talks about improper behavior, I dare say that his is worse. Because he's saying that his government has kept all promises. Even appointing ministers, you gave a promise last week. The 4 that are remaining, you are refusing to. You can't. Which promise have you kept? Which promise have you kept? You said 30% of women. Have you complied with the affirmative action law? You come here and then you say you kept your promise. What promise have you kept? Then you say improper behavior. Yours is worse. Women in banking, only 51 million. Agriculture, the farmers, the poor farmers in the north, the poor farmers in the south. What promises didn't you give? Today, you only allocate a paltry sum for the agro sector. The 924 million, a chunk of it goes into compensation. What is the Minister of Agri going to do? A redundant minister? What about your big push? Nothing. And you say you kept your promises. You've not kept your promises. You've not kept your promises. This government is even becoming a lame duck. This government is even becoming a lame duck. If elections are held today, you lose.
Honourable members.
If elections are held today, you become the minority. If elections are held today, you will be the minority. Your majority will go down to less than 100. If you like, declare election. Let the president declare election, and we'll see. If you trust Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask my question.
Minority Leader.
Can the Minister of Finance assure this House that, true to his commitment in his own budget, he is going to comply with this funding gap? We want assurances because health matters. We are not supposed to joke with them. Is he going to assure this House that he's going to comply and there would be no story?
Honourable members, before giving the floor to the Minister to answer the question, I think we owe it as a duty to set the record straight. Honourable members, I was part of the people who shepherded the affirmative action bill into law. Honourable members, if you look at the first schedule of the Affirmative Action Act, the 30% is a range, and the target was up to 2026. The law is very clear. Honourable members, the law is very clear. You can make reference to Schedule 1 of the law. Honourable members, so the information is there very clear in Schedule 1 of the law, based on Section 69. Honourable Finance Minister, you have the floor. You have the floor. Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to use this opportunity to, one, assure the House that unlike the previous government that capped the national health insurance levy, we will not cap the national health insurance levy. And as such, the National Health Insurance Authority will have enough resources to intervene and be able to resolve all the challenges that has arisen as a result of the amount that is not coming from USAID. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, that will be all for you.
Thank you very much. We move to question numbered D, standing in the name of Honorable Mavis Nkansa Bwedu, MP for Efija, Sechere East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister of Finance what measures the ministry is taking to address the recent significant depreciation of the cedi. Thank you. You can read it. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, let's listen to the question in silence. Honorable members, I intend to ask her to repeat the question, but let's have the courtesy to listen to the question in silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance what measures the ministry is taking to address the recent significant depreciation of the cedi. Thank you.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, as at March 14, 2025, Right Honorable Speaker, as of March 14, 2025, the Ghana cedi exchange rate, Ghana cedi and dollar exchange rate was 15 cedis, 53 pesos to a dollar. And the cedi has depreciated by 5.3% against the US dollar. Mr. Speaker, this compared to 5.7% over the same period in the year 2024, when the cedi dollar exchange rate was 12.6 to the dollar. Mr. Speaker, last year, the same period, the Ghana cedi has depreciated by 5.7, as against the same period, 5.3 this year. This shows a reduction in the depreciation by 0.4%. Mr. Speaker, the cedi depreciation is driven by tight FX liquidity, increased demand from energy sector payment, and commerce. Mr. Speaker, the cedi has, however, witnessed stability since the 19th February on the back of central bank's forex intervention aimed at improving FX liquidity and market confidence. To maintain this exchange rate stability that we've seen relatively from February 19th, the Ministry of Finance, working with the central bank, have outlined a number of policies. And this includes the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board to enhance the generation of foreign currency to help the central bank accumulate enough forex and to intervene as and when they are supposed to intervene. The Bank of Ghana will also continue the implementation of its FX forward action to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. The government is also front-loading its fiscal consolidation through expenditure reduction, and we believe that will also help in the support of the Ghana cedi. Speaker, aside, we are also planning, as part of the 24-hour economy, to introduce a number of measures which will be announced to Parliament in the coming days, and we believe that will help as a result of our import substitution policy to also support the Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, in view of that, I believe in the coming days, the Ghana cedi will see some significant stability. And I strongly believe that the cedi will improve from its current state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, do you have any supplementary question? Honourable Mavis Nkansa-Boedo, do you have a supplementary question?
No, I don't. Thank you.
So, yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to find out from the Minister responsible for finance whether or not the gold for oil deal that has been purportedly suspended could be a factor in why some pressure has come to bear on the dollar. Because the whole essence of the gold for oil deal was that the BDCs, instead of going to buy dollar, scarce dollar, would no longer be doing so, but rather we would buy gold with cedis.
Honourable Member, file a substantive question on gold for oil.
We'll buy gold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, file a substantive question on gold for oil. Any further supplementary? Honourable Member, will proceed to normal question number 1. Standing in the name of Dr. Kinsley Ajiman, Member of Parliament for Abuakwa South.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I seek to ask the Minister for Finance what plans have been put in place to resolve the tension among commuters as a result of the recent directive by the National Insurance Commission to increase the compulsory third-party insurance premium by 10% effective February 1, 2025.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the 28th of November 2022, the National Insurance Commission, represented by the insurance industry stakeholders and the General Transport, Petroleum and Chemical Workers Union of the TUC, signed a memorandum of understanding for the increase of third-party motor insurance premiums by 30%. This increase was to be spread at 10% per annum over a period of 3 years, effective 2023. The Speaker, for the purpose of clarity, this 10% annual adjustment was to be applied in the first quarter of every year, effective 2023, and renegotiated by end of year 2025 by all interested parties as per a memorandum of understanding that was signed. Mr. Speaker, following a meeting, they will implement the 10% additional increase for the year 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. 2 quick supplementary questions. With regards to the subtitle, Way Forward on the Concern, paragraph 1, you did indicate that there was a stakeholder engagement on the 19th of February, that they were going to come out with some review mechanism. May we please know any timelines that were assigned to, since these are usually annual policies?
Mr. Speaker, I was not part of the stakeholders' consultation. I will consult and come back to the House if need be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The second paragraph, you did indicate that one of the key interventions was the scrapping of a VAT or motor insurance policy. I'm not sure, but can you inform us if this is really a policy on VAT that has been implemented all these years? Because so far as I'm concerned, there has never been a VAT on third-party motor insurance. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as part of the 2024 budget, the then administration introduced VAT on non-life insurance. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the VAT non-life insurance will mean that third-party insurance will attract VAT. Mr. Speaker, I have said in the budget that before we implement such a policy, I believe strongly and the government believes strongly that third-party insurance should be exempted from the payment of the VAT. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, you will see in the budget statement and as part of the policies that we've submitted, to exempt third-party insurance or all insurance on motor vehicle. And we believe that this will reduce or this will not result in an increase in insurance premium that will be paid by motor vehicle users. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I don't know if I did not hear right, but my question was to the effect that is there a charge, a VAT or a VAT charge on third-party motor insurance?
Right, Honorable Speaker, yes. As we speak, there is a law that was imposed in the year 2023, imposing VAT on non-life insurance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
No, right, Honorable Speaker, I'm not done.
You have exhausted your supplementary questions, so please resume your seat.
Thank you.
Yes, Honorable
Thank
Member.
you very much. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister whether the VAT on motor insurance was enforced. We're not talking about whether it's in the books, whether it was implemented. That's the question, please.
Honorable Member, the word used by the minister is that there was that element of tax
of whatever law that was passed.
Honourable Minister, your answer, whether the tax imposed has been implemented.
Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority issued a practice note after the passage of the amendment to the value-added tax. The Speaker, subsequently, if anyone had failed to pay the VAT, the person is committing an illegality. The Speaker, as we speak, the laws of the Republic of Ghana mandate VAT on motor insurance. The Speaker, it has nothing to do with who is collecting and who is not collecting. But we have laws in this country mandating the charge of value-added tax on motor insurance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you
I
very
will
much.
take that as the last supplementary question.
Thank you very much.
On question number 1.
Thank you. I would like to find from the minister if he could be gracious enough to tell this House how much was realized from the imposition of that tax in the 2024 fiscal year.
Well, that will have to do with some calculations. So file a fresh question. Honourable members, we have come to the end of questions. We've exhausted item numbered 7 and 8 together. We then move to the item numbered 9. Statements. Honourable members, the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there's an addendum to the order paper. Mr. Speaker, question 2?
Yes, yes.
To who?
Yes. Honourable member, sorry, I think we are left with question number 2. Also directed at the Finance Minister. So I recognize Honourable Frank Yeboah, Echima Nwabiaja North.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I come under Order 88.3. And I read, in the absence of a member, any other member so authorized may, with the proper permission of Mr. Speaker, ask the question. So with your leave, Mr. Speaker, if I could ask the question on his behalf.
Do you have his authority?
Yes, right, Honourable Speaker.
Is it oral or in writing?
It's oral.
Honourable member, proceed to
Thank you, right. Thank you, right, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance what measures have been put in place to ensure the timely release of national health insurance funds to avoid delays in claims of payment to health care providers. Thank you, right, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, releases from central government are made in line with quarterly allotment to address this issue. Right, Honourable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has engaged the Controller and Accountant General to prioritize release to social protection programs, including the National Health Insurance Authority. The Ministry of Finance will also streamline its internal processes to speed up the releases to the National Health Insurance Authority. Additionally, the Ministry of Finance has increased the resource envelope for the National Health Insurance by uncapping the National Health Insurance levy for the year 2025. Right, Honourable Speaker, consequently, an amount of 9.93 billion Ghana cedis has been programmed for the National Health Insurance Scheme for claim payment, essential medicine, vaccines payment, free primary health care, and the Ghana Medical Care Trust. The Speaker, I want to entreat honourable members to assist us pass this formula as soon as possible so that we'll be able to make the releases to the National Health Insurance Authority. Right, Honourable Speaker, to add, in the National Health Insurance Authorities Act, Government of Ghana is supposed to ensure prompt releases month in, month out, bi-monthly. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, no Minister of Finance has been able to achieve that. Right, Honourable Speaker, my assurance to the House is that I will try as much as I can to implement prompt releases to the National Health Insurance Authority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, right, Honourable Speaker. I'm happy he said he will try as much as possible to make sure that prompt releases are being made to the health insurance. But, Mr. Speaker, he is entreating this House to pass the formula as soon as possible. I want to find out from the Minister if he can confirm to this House whether these formulas are already in this chamber. Thank you very much.
Well, Honourable Member, you may answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, the formulas will be submitted to the House by the Minister responsible for health and not the Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Honourable Member needs further supplementary. Do you have any further supplementary?
I didn't hear what the Minister said. His answers, I'm not sure I heard him.
He said the answers will be submitted by the Minister of Finance.
So he cannot confirm to the House that those formulas are given out to this House.
He said it will be submitted. So I don't understand the follow-up question that you are asking.
No, Mr. Speaker, it will be submitted. He's entreating us to fast-track it. I wanted to know whether he can confirm that those formulas are already here.
It is only when the formula is here that you fast-track.
All right. Thank you very much.
Well, honourable members, we've come to the end of question time. Item numbered 7 and 8 has been exhausted. Honourable members, we have to move to item numbered 9. Yes, Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business. Honourable Minister, you are hereby discharged.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I wish to vary the order of business so that we can take the addendum dated Tuesday, 18th March, presentation of instruments. Mr. Speaker, we want to lay the environmental protection, mining in forest reserves, amendment regulations of 2025. The Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation is here, and if you grant leave, we will lay the instrument. That's the Environmental Protection, Mining in Forest Reserves Amendment Regulations of 2025. That is the amendment intended to take away the discretion from the presidency to grant authorization for mining to take place in forest reserves. So, Speaker, this was a major promise of President John Dramani Mahama and the government, and today we are seeing the implementation of a major promise aimed at dealing with the issue of galamsey in our forest reserves. We are taking away the discretion of the president to grant permission for concessions to be given for mining to take place in forest reserves, and that is what this regulation is all about. The minister is ready, the instrument is in the House, and we want to lay it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minority Leader, the application is for me to vary the order of business so that they can lay the item contained in the order paper addendum. What do you have to say?
Mr. Speaker, government has a responsibility, and it's not in our policy direction of the government. I am not opposed to the application to vary the order of business. However, there is a technical challenge. The technical challenge is founded on a precedence of this House, which precedence and practice we've all respected. That is to ensure that we do what we call a prelaying of such important instrument so that a broader stakeholder consultation would ensue before the actual laying is done. So, Speaker, if we pay due regard to Article 7 of the Constitution, this is what Order 11.7D provides. With your leave, I proceed to read the Constitution. Any order, rule, or regulation made by a person or authority under a power conferred by this Constitution or any other law shall c. come into force at the expiration of 21 sitting days after being so laid, unless Parliament, before the expiration of 21 days, annuls the order, rule, or regulation by the vote of not less than 2/3 of all the members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, on the basis of this provision, what it means is that if the paper is laid, the instrument is laid, and there is any amendment there too, it can be effected, and it will require a certain number as provided for to even annul or amend or do any other thing to it. So on the basis of this provision, this House reached a consensus that allows what we call the pre-laying to enable the committee engage further on this matter, so that when the final instrument, together with the minister, is laid, that is, they fine-tune it and it's laid, at least we know that it's gone through all the processes. So I shall pray you to place the application on ice for now, and rather direct that the minister goes through what has become known as a pre-laying ritual, so that after that the laying is done. Mr. Speaker, you can give them 14 days, 7 days, whatever, as it pleases the minister, to allow for that consultation to be done. That said, I am in principle in support of all steps that government intends to take to ensure that we preserve our forests and we deny some of those illegalities going on in our forests. Because I know that this issue of Galamsey, if not well addressed, it would lead this country to a place we don't want to go. And even so, some of these illegalities are getting into legally acquired mining concessions. And once these investors get affected and they lose their investment, they would see it as a breach of the law, and the state then become a victim because they will sue in arbitration, and it will mean that government of Ghana would have to cough for monies lost. So, Mr. Speaker, if government wants to walk the talk, I am all for it, save that I've given my reasons under the circumstance. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is a one-clause instrument, just one clause amendment to the regulations, which simply withdraws the powers of the president. Mr. Speaker, there is consensus across the country that this is a matter that should be done. We don't think that any stakeholder engagements will change anything. It is a commitment that this government made to Ghanaians, this president made to Ghanaians, that this power granted to presidents to allow mining in forest reserves, I don't want it. It should be taken away. And he has instructed his minister to come and lay the instrument that takes away the power. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing to discuss about this. A power granted, somebody says, I don't want to exercise the power. Take it away so that I'm not tempted to exercise it. Why do you want to tempt him? Why do you want to keep the law in place? Even by 1 day, why do you want to keep the law in place? Mr. Speaker, we are already here, and we are clearly not breaching any provision of the Constitution. As he said, it's a practice that we evolved so that when we are in a corner, we can wriggle our way out of it. But in this case, we are very confident about what we are doing. We are clear about the matter, that the president doesn't want the power. He wants it taken away. He doesn't want any money in forest reserves. And he doesn't want the law to stay any additional day beyond where it is now. So, Mr. Speaker, let us lay it. If the committee meets and then the committee thinks that there should be a revision, they can come here. But I'm assuring you that this side of the House is clear on the matter. I will not vote for any motion, any attempt to change anything in the regulations that are being laid. So, Mr. Speaker, let's lay it and then let's move on. We don't need any pre-laying ceremony in a matter that we are all clear on.
Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the minority leader and the majority leader, and they are both referring to Article 11. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of Article 11, it's a real train. The only power of Parliament, maybe Honorable Whip help me, I want to quote the exact words, is to by a 2/3 resolution. So, Mr. Speaker, may I refer to Article 11(7)(c), come into force at the expiration of 21 sitting days after being so late, unless Parliament, before the expiration of the 21 days, announce the order, rule or regulation by the vote of not less than 2/3 or all the members of Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, by practice, it will be law even without Parliament taking a decision. Once a report is made, sometimes even the report is not brought before us. Once the minister lays the report, as he is doing, and the majority leader have urged you to allow him to lay it, because, Mr. Minority Leader, the president is responding to a national emergency of a crisis in Galamsey, and he is determined to say that take off my authority and mandate as president, so that the power to grant it is not. Mr. Speaker, this is what the president is seeking to do. Maybe let me provide further information. I see the former minister trying, but seek to be recognized by the speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I was a member of the Environment Committee of Parliament, and when the EPA, my chairman is here with Dr. Mafu. You remember, Dr. Mafu belonged to this side of the House. He presided over the meeting, which made recommendations that this should be the position of government. So you can call Dr. Mafu and find out. He was then chairman of the Environment Committee, chaired by the Honorable Tain Labi. We met over some matters in relation to it. Then they advised us, EPA. It was the advice of the EPA that please, these regulations, I think the Attorney General came to work on it, that the Attorney General have laid is wrong. It is not best and good for the country. So, Mr. Speaker, what the majority leader is saying is that, yes, if it is a matter you want to do pre-consultation, he says it's one clause, one off. What consultation? I'm taking off a power and a mandate. This House is just there that I think that this House was not going to have any opportunity to say we are voting. Save today he has the numbers as majority leader, so he's the only person who can marshal a 2/3 and say no, annul this instrument. But let's not get there. The matter of Galamsey is a matter for which this country must build consensus, because it's affecting livelihoods, it's affecting the future sustainability of our country, and I do not think that this should tear our hairs where the majority leader have learned. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that is proper that the minister lays it. Then we count the mandatory 21 days, after which effectively it becomes law. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Samuel Jinapo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the position of the minority leader, Mr. Speaker, on the need for some pre-laying procedure. And Mr. Speaker, the point about this provision being a one clause a one-clause provision. Mr. Speaker, really, if you look at the national constitution and you look at the provision of the constitution which vests all mineral rights in the president, Mr. Speaker, and you look at other statutory interventions, Mr. Speaker, the previous government, I had the privilege of being minister. The previous government announced publicly, the Attorney General actually took steps in the course of the 8th Parliament to effect this same amendment. But, Mr. Speaker, the point is, the need for this pre-laying is all because the submissions made by the Honorable Majority Leader and the Honorable Minister for Education, Mr. Speaker, in some respects, does not contextualize the issue because the President has the right under the national constitution, under statute, to exercise a discretion for mining to take place in a forest reserve. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, the 18th of March, Tuesday, mining is happening almost in all the forest reserves of our country. Today. Mr. Speaker, today. Mr. Speaker, the coalition against Galamsey, led by the venerable, respected Ken Ashigbe, has actually come out with a report about how political party kingpins, believing that their party have won power, taking over the forest reserves of our country. Mr. Speaker, so what is the point I'm making? Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, the point, and of course, Mr. Speaker, in these matters, look, Mr. Speaker, we can have this debate here. The majority leader and others can dispute it. I've been Minister for Lands before. I made my modest attempt in contributing to the fight against Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that can prevent the fight against Galamsey is a lack of candor. If anybody stands here and says that political party kingpins have not taken over forest reserves and are mining, let's say it, and let's give ourselves 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, and we'll see where Galamsey will be. Let us, Mr. Speaker, let us accept the truth and let's be honest about what is happening today. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that. Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm saying in conclusion. Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm saying that the pre-laying is necessary. It's necessary for us to be able to have a thorough, in-depth interrogation and discussion as to how this can be formulated and presented in a manner which will truly, if that is what we want to achieve, will truly oust the discretion of the President in granting right for mining to take place in forest. But as we stand today, pursuant to the provisions of our national constitution, where all mineral rights have been vested in the President, and pursuant to Article 256, and pursuant to the Minerals and Mining Act 206, Act 703, Mr. Speaker, the President has a discretion, in spite of this amendment, the President has a discretion to grant rights for mining to take place in any forest reserve. And I want to conclude by submitting and doing so forcefully and vehemently that as we speak today, 18th of March, Tuesday, the forest reserves of our country have been invaded and they are being mined. They are being mined.
Honorable Minister, the issue on the floor is not about the forest reserve being invaded or not. It's about an instrument being laid without pre-laying consideration. For me, that is the issue at stake. Honorable members, we all know the constitutionality of pre-laying, but for a good reason. The practice and the convention is that before the instrument is introduced, it is subjected to a pre-laying consideration, owing to the fact that by a lot of Supreme Court authorities, once the document is laid, you can dot I or cross T unless you have two-thirds majority in line with Article 11.7 to annul it. Honourable members, We know the agency involved in the ally before us. But with all due respect, I will want to direct and urge upon the subsidiary legislation committee to, as a matter of urgency, conduct a pre-laying within 3 days and report to the House on Thursday. Honourable members, with all due respect, we established the practice to be conducting a pre-laying consideration. So, having regard to the agency involved, honourable members, let's give ourselves for some pre-laying consideration. Then the ally can be laid, and once it is laid, the report will come. If the report did not come after 21 sitting days, then it will mature as law, unless before maturity we have 2/3 majority to annul it. So, honourable members, I will plead that we subject the ally to an urgent pre-laying consideration. Yes, Honourable Member for Kumbugu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to also suggest that we include the Environment Committee. Since we look at the technical bit of the subject area, I think that
well,
the environment
this is a subsidiary legislation. There is nothing technical for environment to look at. So, the Minister, before coming to the majority,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. By your direction, I think that my worry is the comments made by my brother, the former minister for lands, when he indicated that mining is actually going on in the forest area. It's true, but he issued those permits. He issued those permits, and what we are seeking to do, he issued them. He issued them, and what we are seeking to do is to ensure that people do not engage in such mining. And in fact,
yes, Honourable Minister.
Yes,
I agree perfectly with you, but I zero it down to the fact that the issue for consideration is whether or not we should go ahead and lay the instrument without pre-laying consideration, or we should abide by the practice and convention and go by a pre-laying consideration. Honourable members, with all due respect, once that is the practice, Parliament has over the time abide with. Honourable members, I mean, Thursday is just at the corner. I urge the chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, Honourable Patrick Yaboma, to organize a meeting and then look at the instrument, bring their report on Thursday, or allow the instrument to be laid on Thursday. Yes, Thursday. That is why I'm saying that, with all due respect, the instrument is either going to be laid on Thursday, whether or not the Subsidiary Legislation Committee has done the pre-laying. But we are urging upon the Subsidiary Legislation Committee to conduct the pre-laying to allow the instrument to be laid. Honourable members, I so direct. Honourable Samuel Abujinapo, I intend not to come back to this particular issue. If your name is mentioned, Honourable Member, let us not go back to the issue. Honourable members, let me have your indulgence to acknowledge the presence of some students from the following institutions visiting us in Parliament. First on the list is Mangus Senior High School, led by Dr. Tewia Agbesi, headmaster. They are located in Ekropon North constituency, 55 in number. Second is Benkum Senior High School, Latte, led Ellen Eyim Pokwa, assistant head teacher. They are from Akwapim North. They are 54 in number. We also have Amponampong, Ghana Muslim Mission School, led by John Atta, head teacher. They are from Mansu Adubia constituency, 78 in numbers. We also have Liberty Academy and New Will Academy, led by Florence Caesar, teacher, New Joburg South constituency. They are 65 in numbers. Our dear students, you are mostly welcome. May you have a fruitful visit to Parliament of Ghana. Honourable members, leadership, we move to item numbered 9, statement. Yes, Honourable Samuel Abu-Jinapo, on the statement.
Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 93.1, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I will read. By the indulgence of the House and leave of the Speaker, a member may explain a matter of personal nature or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance at the time appointed for statements under Order 67. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the matter I'm about to raise is one of public importance, urgent public importance. And so with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I may want to refer the House to Order 195, Mr. Speaker. And Order 195, Mr. Speaker, Order 195, with your permission, I read. 1951 states, the statement of the estimate of revenue and expenditure of the government in respect of each financial year referred to in these orders as the quotes, budget statement and economic policy of government, end quote. Mr. Speaker, with emphasis. And I repeat, quote, budget statement and economic policy of the government, end quote. Mr. Speaker, that statement is defined by Order 1951. It names it, defines it as a budget statement and economic policy of the government. Mr. Speaker, I then will respectfully refer you to Order 201. Mr. Speaker, Order 201. Order 201 is titled Debate of the Budget. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence again, I will quote. It states, on a day to be determined by the Business Committee after the budget statement and economic policy of the government is presented, and at a time that the Business Committee may allot for the purpose, the House shall debate the budget statement and economic policy of government. So, Mr. Speaker, you will see that under Order 195, where the statement is classified as budget statement and economic policy of the government, in Order 201.
But, Honourable Member, is that not the same issue raised by the Deputy Minority Whip, Honourable Habib? Honourable Member, come along to Standing Order 1235 and read. Order 1235.
If I may finish. So.
No, just read Order 1235. Standing Order 1235. Read it for the purposes of the House.
Just because it says, a member shall not raise any specific question upon which the House has come to a conclusion during the current session, except on a substantive motion for rescission, end quote. Just because I'm raising a different matter altogether.
So, Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a different matter.
Honorable members, let us be honest to ourselves. Honorable Deputy Minority Whip has raised this particular matter based on Order 195, argued it. The Speaker has an opportunity of making ruling on it. So based on Standing Order 1235 that you've just read, you need to come by a substantive motion. What you are doing is not the proper procedure. You are therefore overruled. You are out of order. Honorable Habib, let's make progress.
Mr. Speaker, my name has been mentioned, and I just want to clarify.
Let's make progress.
When I raised Standing Order 1952, the impulse of it was to the effect of the form of the presentation of the budget. And that was it, and nothing more. Speaker gave his ruling, and I have the right, after the ruling, to do a motion, which I'm doing. I think it's completely different from where it's coming from.
Honourable Member, it boils down to whether it is a statement, it should be by a statement, or it should be by a motion. And that is what exactly Speaker has dealt with. Honourable Member, I am sorry. You are out of order. Resume your seat. Honourable Majority Leader.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker. This morning I was approached by my friends on the other side because we are at the stage when the House is going to consider the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. And my friends opposite drew my attention to Order 1953. And Order 1953 says that whenever the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending is presented by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of the president, the commentary, the use of the word there, the commentary on it shall stand adjourned for not less than 3 days. So see here, it is the commentary on it that should stand adjourned for not less than 3 days. Then, after 3 days, we come to Order 201. And Order 201 is captioned Debate of the Budget. Debate of the Budget. And it says that on a day to be determined by the Business Committee after the budget statement and economic policy of the government is presented, and at the time after the Business Committee may allot, at the time that the Business Committee may allot for the purpose, the House shall debate the budget. The House shall debate the budget statement and economic policy of the government. So the argument that was made is that there is some confusion reading Order 1953 and Order 201, because 1953 anticipates commentary, which was the ruling that the Speaker gave. But today, we are coming under Order 201, which anticipates debate. So it was raised and we discussed it. And in my opinion, what we are doing today is to debate under Order 201. But then Order 1953 instructs that after 3 days, what should happen is commentary. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that what we are going to do is under Order 201, which is the debate, because that's what the budget, the provision makes for. But then, if there is an issue as to whether it is commentary or debating that should take place here, then the Right Honourable Speaker may take a decision on the matter, because what was raised the other day was whether the Speaker should come by motion or by statement. That was what was raised that day. And the Speaker ruled that what the orders and the Public Financial Management Act provides for is a statement to be presented. And since our rules make provision for statements to be made by a minister, he is admitting it as a statement. So that was my understanding of the ruling of the Speaker on that date. And this issue about whether it should be debated or commented on was the basis of the argument of the minority on that day. That if it is a statement, we cannot debate it. So it should be a motion so that we can debate the motion. But the Speaker ruled that it is provided for that it should come as a statement, and that afterwards we will comment on it. But then today we notice also that Order 210 makes provision for debate. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this is a matter that, in my opinion, I think the drafters of our standing orders, probably there was an oversight, and so let's just allow the process to continue unless you want to make a ruling on the matter. But I think that what will happen today is under Order 201, which is to debate the budget.
Honourable members, as you rightly, very well. Let me hear my note.
Speaker, you see, sometimes we are impatient when matters come up in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me respectfully disagree with you on the point you made that the respected colleague Abu Jinapo was out of order and to resume his seat. I mean, Mr. Speaker, flowing from what the leader of the House just said, I want to add my voice to what he just said by saying that our colleague was not in any way out of order. In fact, he wasn't rooting his submission on Order 1952. He was not coming under Order 1952. It was Order 1952 which Mr. Speaker ruled upon. And in fact, to enrich the jurisprudence of this House, I am aware that Honorable Habib Idrisu has filed a substantive motion under Order 127 to challenge the ruling of Mr. Speaker on this matter. And I don't know when the motion will be taken. But it was raised to cure this very important matter. Mr. Speaker, when we are interpreting our rules, we interpret by looking at procedure and prudence. Procedure and prudence. We look at them conjointly to enable us avoid absurdity in any conclusion we may arrive at. I am particularly happy that the respected leader of this House is getting closer to the earlier position of the minority on this matter. Because, Mr. Speaker, on the said date, the gravamen of that contention really was this House is empowered to determine the form. And we did so mindful of Order 201. We did so mindful of Order 201. But here we were, because we are a mighty few, and there's a super majority. We know what happened. I wouldn't want to repeat. Today, we are getting to the cul-de-sac. That cul-de-sac was created as a result of impatience. And he, the member, a respected lawyer who has been in government before, who knows the procedure, is this day drawing our attention to this important matter, that as we find ourselves, are we going to make commentary or debate on this matter? Mr. Speaker, this House is stopped from debating because, Mr. Speaker, even on that day, directed me not to debate, but I should make comments. Mr. Speaker, let us always be thinking about tomorrow. Whenever we set precedents that will tie our hands, we should remember tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, please, I would plead with you, because the respected majority leader has now put the application in proper perspective, that this application is not about 1952, and at least it is clear with us. I would pray that with your special leave, the applicant be allowed to mount his application, conclude his submissions, so that we can, as a House, make a determination on this matter. No, Honorable Kwame Agboja, I am not, the application was not rooted on 1952. As for that ruling by Speaker, nobody is attacking it. There is a formal motion to deal with it. But he is coming under 201, and he's laid the foundation through order 91. Is it 93 or 91? 93. So he laid that foundation to take oxygen from 93 to proceed. So, Mr. Speaker, now that there is clarity, especially from the majority leader, and I supporting that view, may you allow him to please make the application, unless there's something else.
Honorable Majority Leader.
I thought the clarity was to terminate any attempt to hijack this House. I thought that was the essence of the clarity that I brought. The clarity that I bring to this discussion is that the issue is whether or not we should be commenting or we should be debating. That is the issue. Should we be commenting or debating? And I'm saying that let's not belabor the point. Order 1953 makes reference to commentary after 3 days. Now, Order 201 then makes provision, elaborate provision, for how to deal with the budget statement, and it says debate. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what your statement was. I don't know whether you said we are going to comment, and that is the basis for the statement. But if you look at item 9, you said we should go to item 9. Item 9 simply says statements. It doesn't say commentary or debate. It just says statements. Now, Order 201 tells us that we are to debate the statement. Oh, yes. Okay, yes. So, Mr. Speaker, if we are coming under Order 201, and we discussed it this morning, that it should be commencement of debate. If we are coming under Order, pardon? 201 is about debate. Debate, yes.
Honourable members, we need to be guided by the standing orders. Honourable members, take it from me. when the Speaker of Parliament made a pronouncement on a certain matter, no application in a different form would be entertained by me that will tempt me into reviewing the order of the Speaker. This issue has been dealt with, based on which the table office brought the business statement, and the item numbered 9 is saying statement, under it the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Commencement of comment. That is what we have. So, honourable members, when we are moving to item numbered 9, we are moving to the commencement of comment, because the budget came in the form of a statement under Order 195, but not in the form of a motion. So let's go by Order 195, and then we take commentary on the budget. Honourable members, with all due respect, I proceed to mention honourable members, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, you have the floor.
We abide by your guidance. Mr. Speaker, I only wanted to make application to you to relax the rule in Order 91.3. And with your permission, I read Order 91.3, that a member may comment on a statement and the comment shall not provoke debate. Mr. Speaker, the budget itself is debatable. So I just wanted you to please relax that rule as members comment on that statement. So that when members comment on that statement,
this is not the first
because the budget
time
itself is already generating debate.
Honourable members, this is not the first time that we'll be taking comment on budget. This is not the first time. This is not the second time we'll be taking comment on budget. We've done this severally. So we know what to do when we are supposed to make comment. Honourable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, indeed you are right. In fact, 2 years ago and the year before now, comments by members was limited to commentary and not debate. The former majority leader, the Honorable Osei Mensabosu, was in this seat. And he made it clear that the then finance minister, the Honorable Ken Oforiatta, presented the budget statement in the form of a statement. So we were limited to only making comments. So I believe that, like the Speaker rightly said, this is not the first time members will be required to speak to a matter by way of commentary to the budget statement. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree. Mr. Speaker, I agree that we go by way of commentary, and that the prayer that the rule be relaxed. I agree with you. We are masters of our own rules, and where there's no specific provision, Speaker, you interpret. So I agree with the prayer that relax the 91.3 so that we can make progress. Speaker, I thank you for.
Honourable members, be assured, I have debated or commented on a budget before. When the budget is in the form of motion, we debate. When it is by a statement, we make comment. So I have experienced all in this house. So sitting down here, I know what exactly to do. So, Honorable Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam. you have the floor. Honourable members, it is agreed that the ranking members will speak for 15 minutes, and then the non-ranking members or chairman or vice will speak for how many minutes? 10 minutes. Honourable members, I want to be guided.
Speaker, the further agreement is that ministers will have 15 minutes. Please. Please. Oh, please. Chairman and second chairs, rankings and deputy rankings will also have 15 minutes. Oh, please. Oh, please. So
Honourable members, allow him to finish, and
yes,
I'll give you the
you can
floor.
Come back. Then, Mr. Speaker, members will have 5 minutes. So these are the further agreements that we have had. Mr. Speaker, please, the Honourable Minority Leader should be patient with some of these matters.
Minority Leader, let's know the issue in contention here. He is saying ministers 15 minutes, ranking, chairmanship 15 minutes, other members 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, you just finished a ruling saying that there was a ruling from the Speaker, and in any form it's come, you definitely not allow. This is another form to say that, because all the ministers are from their side. We don't have ministers here.
Has there been a ruling by the Speaker to that effect?
There was never agreement. There was never agreement to the effect that ministers are going to speak 15 minutes. Mr. Speaker, can I finish my submission?
No, I just want to know whether there has been a ruling from the Speaker to this effect.
Mr. Speaker, at conclave, the respected majority leader raised it, and we said ranking chairman and their vice, if they are to have the same time with ministers, that is allowed. But it should not be the case that ministers will have more time, or say that we are giving special allocation to ministers. It should be, this is, Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Parliament. And if you want to see how things are even ranked, go and read Order 21. When we are debating or we are talking about ranking of how people speak in this chamber, we are recognized as members of parliament here, and we agree that if ministers and chairmen and ranking have the same time, we don't have a problem with it.
Yes,
but what you are saying, what you are saying is that you are saying that they should have 10 minutes,
but
and the ministers will have 15 minutes.
Honourable member, what he said, I put it down. He is saying that ministers 15 minutes, ranking chairman 15 minutes. So ministers don't have a time different from the ranking and chairman. So it means you are all speaking the same language. So honourable members, let's make progress. But what you said was that the ministers, ranking and chairman should be given the same time limit. And that is what exactly is here. Very well. Majority Leader, I think we've resolved the issue.
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, an additional matter that we discussed at pre-sitting meeting. Mr. Speaker, on the day that the Finance Minister presented the budget, he did not present sector-by-sector policy statements. And he indicated that the individual ministers will come to this House and present their sector-by-sector policy statements. So arrangement is being made on a daily basis to have the different ministers come and lead the commentary with a presentation of their sectoral policy statements. Then we can comment on it. So that is the arrangement that we are putting in place to take on board the statement made by the Minister of
Honourable
Finance.
Majority Leader, I believe if a minister is here based on or pursuant to the budget to come and make a policy statement as promised by the finance minister, he should be accommodated to do so. But for now, comment on the budget starting from Dr. Mohammed Amin Adams. Ranking member, so you have 15 minutes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I actually prepared to debate on the budget. Now I have to make a comment. Mr. Speaker, this budget that was presented by the Minister for Finance lacks credibility in many ways. They promise to give jobs to the youth of our country, but the budget cannot deliver jobs. They promise to grow the economy. The budget cannot deliver growth. For example, a criminally mismanaged economy in the words of President Mahama produced economic growth of 5.7% in 2024. The reset economy is projecting to grow at 4%. I thought that if they really meant to fulfill the promise of growing the economy, taking over from us with a strong growth, they would have projected to grow above 5.7%. Unfortunately, that is not to be. Mr. Speaker, the credibility issues in this budget are due to inconsistencies between the budget text, the text of the budget, and the appendices, which constitute the meat of the budget. It's also because of the underfunding of priority initiatives. Almost all the priority initiatives of the government, whether it is Nkoko Nkitiki, Nkitinkiti, whether it is Ajuma, whether it is the National Apprenticeship Program, they are all relying on the vote for goods and services. But the goods and services vote, Mr. Speaker, is heavily underfunded in this budget. If you look at appropriation, in appropriation, allocation of 6.9 billion Ghana cedis has been provided. But if you go to the appendices to see the specific expenditure allocation to the various MDAs, goods and services total 22 billion Ghana cedis. And so I see a mismatch, inconsistency between what is in appropriation, which led to the fiscal balances the minister announced, and what is actually contained in the appendices under expenditure allocations for the various MDAs. And so goods and services has been heavily underfunded to the extent that we have a funding gap of about 15 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I am wondering how the minister is going to implement this budget when you have a funding shortfall for goods and services of 15 billion Ghana cedis. And this is why I say that this budget lacks credibility. I'll give you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, another illustration in the area of education priority initiatives. Paragraph 374 provides for the free tuition for first-year students in tertiary institutions. The amount allocated under this paragraph 374 is 449.8 million Ghana cedis. In paragraph 375, allocation for sanitary pads for students, 292.4 million Ghana cedis. Paragraph 380 provides for 565.6 million Ghana cedis for textbooks. If you total all this, Mr. Speaker, you get 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, when you go to appropriation in the appendices, only 800 million Ghana cedis is provided, a shortfall of 506.7 million Ghana cedis. Again, Mr. Speaker, how is the government going to implement these education priority initiatives when the same government is heavily underfunding these initiatives? Mr. Speaker, let's look at agriculture for economic transformation. The budget lists the initiatives under this program as Feed Ghana, Ghana Grains Development, Vegetable Development, and Nkoko Nkitinkiti. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 390 of the budget provides that a total of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis has been allocated towards the implementation of the Agriculture for Economic Transformation Initiative. But, Mr. Speaker, again, you go to the appendices, which is the meat of the budget, and only 924 million Ghana cedis is provided there. Again, a shortfall of 575.6 billion Ghana cedis. And so, Mr. Speaker, we can also look at the Big Push initiative. It's a $10 billion initiative. Average for the 4 years of President Mohammed's term will give you 2.5 billion United States dollars. If you use the exchange rate used in the budget, 16 cedis to $1, $2.5 billion will give you 40 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, in appropriation, only 13 billion Ghana cedis is provided for the Big Push for this year. Again, there is a funding gap of 27 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, all the major initiatives are underfunded. Many inconsistencies between the text of the budget and the appendices. And Mr. Speaker, with this underfunding of these great initiatives, as they want us to believe, I am wondering if President Mahama is ready to fulfill the promises that he made to the people of Ghana.
Minister, be careful.
Mr. Speaker, the credibility of the budget is further questioned by the fiscal balances announced in the budget, both for the 2024 outturn and the projections for 2025. A deficit of 7.6% for the overall fiscal balance on commitment for 2024, and a deficit primary balance of 3.6% on commitment for 2024. These fiscal balances, Mr. Speaker, do not reflect the true fiscal performance of the economy. The IMF now demands, as part of the IMF program, a condition for a comprehensive audit of the famous 49 billion Ghana cedis, which the minister manipulated to arrive at the fiscal balances that he announced. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister himself said in paragraph 135 of the budget.
Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable members, if the rule is that if the Majority Leader and the Minority Leader are on their feet, I should not recognize them. Please, let's set it out like that so that we can all go by it. But when I am advised that when leadership, Majority Leader and Minority Leader are on their feet, they must be recognized. I must do so.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the former Minister for Finance is somebody that I have respect for, and he knows that. But Mr. Speaker, to say that the minister is manipulating figures and feeding the manipulated figures to the IMF, Mr. Speaker, that is a very serious charge. It's a very, very serious charge. And I don't think he should be making such statements in a debate. To say that the minister is manipulating figures in order to derive a certain outcome is to impute improper motives and conduct
Honorable
to the minister.
Members,
so please,
objection is sustained.
Can you
we
withdraw
need to
that
be
and continue?
guided by the rules. Accordingly,
Withdraw that and
I
continue,
direct
please.
that the statement imputing that the minister has manipulated figures should be expunged from the record. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, first, I want to make this plea to the House. This issue about the budget is all political. This House is the highest debating platform in our governance structure. If the understanding is that we should allow the comment to flow, I will plead with all of us through our leader that we should allow same to be observed. If we will take turn to be raising points of order to, then we should say so. As far as I'm concerned, the former Minister of Finance made that statement in context. And what has happened within the last 5 minutes is basically to distort the flow in his comment. Mr. Speaker, you see, it should never be said of the majority leader. Majority leader, it should never be said that you are now, distorting the debates. It shouldn't be said that this is being done by the majority leader, because since morning, from trying to arrest a question, raising constitutional issues and standing orders and all that, now to Honorable Amin Adam, a very innocent soul. If point of order against some other persons, including myself, we will take it. But Honorable Amin Adam, a very innocent soul, he too is receiving. You let me carry all the sins, but not to an innocent soul. Mr. Speaker, please let debate flow.
Honourable members, let's make reference to Standing Order 123, 2B, and be guided accordingly. Honourable member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Speaker will take the chair.
I'm talking about the famous 49 billion Ghana cedis that was put in the fiscal framework to drive some erroneous fiscal balances, as a result of which the IMF itself has called for an audit of that figure. In fact, even before the IMF asked for an audit, the minister himself, in presenting the budget, paragraph 135, stated that he is yet to audit these figures. And so I am wondering why the minister will use unaudited figures, to determine fiscal balances for the economy. Figures he himself is yet to audit. Then the minister will use that to drive fiscal balances and announce the fiscal balances to the whole world. Mr. Speaker, this is not how we manage an economy. When you use unaudited data, to drive figures based on which you make economic decisions. Mr. Speaker, as a result of using the unaudited data and announcing erroneous fiscal balances, Ghana has started suffering from this in terms of financial losses. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's sovereign bonds, our sovereign spreads, that is the cost of borrowing, is now in the range of 700 basis points, when they were around 500 basis points just 3 months ago. Mr. Speaker, Bloomberg actually reported on the same day the budget was presented that because Ghana has missed the primary fiscal target, which is a consequence of using unaudited data to drive that fiscal balance, Ghana's dollar, our dollar bonds due 2035, declined by 1.8%. Our notes maturing in 2029 declined by 1% on the dollar. Mr. Speaker, we are already suffering from financial losses as a result of what the minister has done. How can we do this to ourselves? This demonstrates lack of confidence in the economy by international markets. And if we have to manage this economy well, the confidence of international markets is important. Mr. Speaker, the minister stood here and declared that Ghana has breached the IMF program. I was very shocked. Why the Minister of Finance of Ghana would stand on the floor of Parliament and declare that his country has breached an IMF program when the IMF itself is to start the conduct of the review in April this year. Mr. Speaker, this is not done. After realizing the effect of such declaration, that infamous declaration by the minister, the government is now considering waivers. They are now considering asking for waivers before the IMF does the review in April. If you're asking for waivers, it shows that you have no credibility in implementing an IMF program. It means that you are failing in implementing an IMF program. That is why you are asking for waivers. But we know why they're asking for waivers, because they still want the review to happen, because they need the IMF money. If you take the budget on the financing side, for example, Mr. Speaker, the budget projects to receive $720 million from the IMF and $600 million from the World Bank, which are tied. But what the minister also does not understand is that it is not only the money that will come from the IMF and the World Bank. The reliefs we got as a result of the skilled negotiations we did with our international Eurobond holders, $4 billion in outright debt cancellation and $7.5 billion in debt service relief will all be lost to Ghana. This is why the minister, after declaring that Ghana has breached, is now thinking about applying for waivers, because they know the implications of what the minister has done. Mr. Speaker, this will be in addition to the policy credibility Ghana will lose of breaching an IMF program, an important yardstick for attracting international investors into our economy. Mr. Speaker, what the minister has done is just put Ghana in unnecessary challenges. And as we often ask, who will bear the consequences? It is the people, the very people who have voted for them to come and solve problems. It's the very people, innocent Ghanaians, who will suffer from this. The Speaker, when we look at revenue performance, in 2024,
Honorable Minister, conclude.
In 2024, we achieved a nominal growth of about 8 billion Ghana cedis. This budget, 2025 budget, the minister is projecting a nominal growth of 38 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, the revenue measures outlined in the budget are very weak. They are mostly compliance measures, and I'm wondering who can quantify compliance in revenue terms. So how is the minister going to achieve this revenue projection? And this is why, Mr. Speaker, I am saying that this budget lacks credibility. The numbers do not add up. This budget will not solve any problem. It won't provide the jobs, and it won't provide the economic growth that they are promising. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the budget.
Honorable members, order. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Azika Dongo. Honorable Azika Dongo,
thank you very much.
You have 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, listening to my colleague, I can understand they are very dazed and they are still recovering from the kind of budget they never expected Ghana would ever have. Mr. Speaker, they are wondering how we put together such a budget without going to borrow $3 billion from the international capital market. For them, that type of budget can only be financed with borrowing on the international capital market, and even use some of it to celebrate with kinky and fish. So we have come to teach them how to run an economy properly, so to speak. In fact, at some point in time, I was
almost going to ask MTN to audit their books whether some of the quick loans have not found their way to these people. Because they were so loan driven that they didn't know that you could manage an economy from generating internal resources. But Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the government of Ghana, led by Ken Ofori-Atta, the then finance minister, went to the IMF after he failed to meet the performance criteria and applied for waiver for the non-observance of performance criteria. So if we have those people who have ever asked for waiver for non-compliance with performance criteria, there they are. They did it in 2019. So in 2019, they did not end the program. They ran away from the program by asking the IMF to forgive them because they simply didn't have what it takes to complete the program. That is what they did. But Mr. Speaker, audited financial data. When did we ever come here to present a budget with audited financial statements? When you come here to submit a budget, you normally will come here in November. I'm saying that you normally will come to this house with your budget in November. The financial year wouldn't have even ended for you to even audit. And you have been doing that for 8 years. And today you are asking that we should have come with audited financial statement before we can declare the deficit that we inherited. What type of logic is this? Where does that happen? I don't know when that started happening. So, Mr. Speaker, our situation, our country has been messed, and we are doing a lot of work to bring this economy back on track. Mr. Speaker, when you inherit an economy that is a galamsey economy, inherit an economy that has borrowed up to the roof and declared bankruptcy. Mr. Speaker, you need to do a lot of heavy lifting in order to put the economy back on track. You don't generate growth when you are doing heavy lifting. You do that when you have reset the economy, then the economy will be on the path to growth. So wait until the following year, you will see when the resetting starts working, that the economy would overperform. In any case, the budget you brought here. So why are you speaking to outturns? Wait till the outturns come and you will notice that we may likely achieve a target of more than 4%. We are being cautious because we understand the amount of heavy lifting that we need to do. Mr. Speaker, they are surprised that we are running an economy where we understand that as social democrats, you don't take money from the poor to take care of the rich. So when they were taking money from the poor, Ghana now has a president which is very empathic, a humane president who says the poor has been shouldering the development of our country, so I'm going to give you respite. So here, today, you will find that we are abolishing all those taxes that you impose on the poor. E-levy is no more. We are abolishing e-levy. And tomorrow, he will be with me changing that tax so that His Excellency can sign it into an act and repeal it. Mr. Speaker, the government of the day was looking in all places for taxes. Every least excuse, they will impose a tax. They said there is Bola sitting and Nima, sanitation tax. They said there's a disease called COVID-19 tax. The people of Ghana are very lucky. By now, we have been hearing deportation from the United States levy in our country. The war of tariff, the tariff war, we have been hearing tariff levy because our economy is suffering from Donald Trump. But here, Ghanaians don't even know that there's a tariff war. Ghanaians don't even know that Ghanaians are being deported because we will not ask them to pay levies for their people that are being deported. And this is how we are going to run this economy and teach you so that next time in 2058, if you ever happen to come back here, you will not be imposing taxes on the poor. Mr. Speaker, I heard somebody mention gold for oil. Please, please, and please, this is the last time you should even attempt to talk about gold for oil. I'm surprised that as a government, we decided to carry the risk of everybody onto the Bank of Ghana. So the Bank of Ghana was losing money from price fluctuation in the purchase and sale of gold. Then when we gave it to BDCs and BOST, the leakages and the losses on fuel, Bank of Ghana was bearing it. Exchange losses, Bank of Ghana was bearing it. The net effect is that our net worth at the Bank of Ghana is now 73 billion Ghana cedis. That is what we are seeking to stop. That is why we are seeking to make the people of Ghana know how the best people who manage economies operate. You can't take a bank with stated capital of 10 million and generate a deficit of 73 billion and still counting. And you are asking us to continue that obnoxious policy which created this type of situation. We will not do that. We will find a better way to support the system and make sure that the city is truly stable. And you will see how we are going to do that, and we will show you how to do it. Mr. Speaker, I heard him talk about the budget allocations for education. We were in this country when a government refused to provide textbooks, but rather teaching our children PASCO. You go and buy past questions for our children. So chew, pass, and forget. Our children were learning past questions here. The minister is bringing interventions that will bring critical learning and critical training of the brains of our children. We are providing enough textbooks and not past questions. And you should be praising us for that. The people who capped the GET fund are today asking the minister who is uncapping it how much money he will make from the uncapping. You are not even ashamed. Who capped it? When you were having this red, gold, green in our secondary schools, and our children were lying and sleeping everywhere on the corridors, you were rather centralizing GET fund money and sending it to the government so you could construct a hole just behind here called the National Cathedral. You were taking the money from GET fund just so the president can fly a private jet. And we are making sure that those monies are spent properly, and you are questioning that also. But Mr. Speaker, we live in a country where a minister of agric that was supposed to be growing rice was importing polished rice. Where is my good friend? When he launched the Planting for Food and Job 2, he rather was importing polished rice from China. What type of ministry is that? And you are here complaining that we have not made enough allocation when you were making allocation to import polished rice. I mean, I have never seen a group of people who are never ashamed of themselves. That a minister of agriculture was now at the forefront of importing and distributing rice at Makwala. Please, we are resetting this country away from importing rice to growing and producing rice. Don't you like that? Mr. Speaker, I heard my good friend talk about Nkukon Ketinkete. We are not only doing Nkukon Ketinkete, we are also going to do Nam Ketinkete. We want to process the chicken so that we will reduce the import bill of $300 million that we are using to import chicken. And you should be praising the president for such a wonderful policy. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a budget for the poor and the downtrodden. It is a budget that is making the people with disability laugh because for the first time they can have access to tertiary education whether they have the funding or not. Thanks to my big brother, the Minister for Education, that will happen in our land. This is a budget that makes sure that even if you don't have the money, the state will help you pay for your first school fees. At the end of the day, this is not the type of budget that put our children into NAPCO and rob them of their allowances. This is not the kind of budget where the government didn't have money but was busy breeding ghosts and paying them, and failing to pay national service personnel, but they had money to pay ghosts. This is not a type of budget. This is a human-centered budget where the ghosts are back. Some are sitting at the back there. When you are going, look over, there's a cemetery there. They are back in the cemetery. If you pass through Awudomi, you see some of them that they are crying that we have taken away the money they were chopping at the NSS. This is not the type of budget that we are here to joke with. But, Mr. Speaker, we have a government which for several years prioritized sloganerism and not develop our country. We are bringing a big push. We have made an initial allocation and you are complaining. But when you said the year of roads, what we saw was that your own vehicles were getting stuck in your campaign travels. We are not going to do year of roads. We are going to do proper roads. And you see every Friday, this gentleman will give you an update on what we are doing to fix our roads. But, Mr. Speaker, apart from that, we were in this country when we heard that there was a minister for railway development, a minister for aviation, a minister for port, and a minister for transport. Now we have almighty one man. He doesn't have macho hands, but he has this one. He is the only man doing aviation, doing railway, doing port services. The work that 5 of you were doing, only one man sitting here is doing them. And you are not clapping for him. Mr. Speaker, when you see that man, you have to clap for him.
Honorable member, you have 1 more minute.
Thank you very much. I was so engrossed, I didn't know Speaker has come. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I said you had 1 more minute, but we are happy you have concluded.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You have scared some people. They don't want to see me on my feet. Honorable Habib.
Please, I haven't resurrected you. We'll go to the next person, and I'm informed the next speaker is Honorable Abina Osei Asare. And you also have, is it 15 minutes? That's what is on the paper here. 15 minutes, 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm really delighted to see you in the chair. You see how my brother was struggling to debate on their own budget. Clearly, you now understand that there is a big problem. Mr. Speaker, just last week, my own friend and brother, Honorable Ato Forson, came to the House to paint a very gloomy picture of the economy, forgetting that we all live in a global village. And so whatever happens globally also affects Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2021, the world's economic growth rate declined from 6.3% to 3.2% in 2024. Advanced economies also saw their economies declining from 5.5% in 2021 to 1.7% in 2024. And here comes Ghana, who is also part of the global economy. We saw our economy coming down from the 5.5% in 2021 to 5.7% in 2024. Instead of acknowledging this, you come and then you paint a gloomy picture, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clearly, Ghana is the envy of the advanced economies and the world at large, with a growth rate of 5.7%. Mr. Speaker, let me remind my brothers on the other side that when they were leaving government in 2016, what was their growth rate? 3.6% against a revised target of 4.1%. Mr. Speaker, when you also go to page 8 of the budget, in page 8 of the budget, the minister acknowledges that inflation is a real concern in the ECOWAS region. And Ghana is also part of the ECOWAS region. And so minister comes here to paint a picture as if Ghana is not part of the ECOWAS region, and we are all trying very hard to tame or bring down inflation. Mr. Speaker, from 2022, we brought inflation down from 54% to 23.8% in December 2024. Mr. Speaker, ask them, prior to 2016, and all the 3 years to 2016, Mr. Speaker, they never went through what we had to go through. But what happened? In March 2016, their inflation was 19.2%. And in December 2016, all they could do was to bring it down to a few basis points, to 15.4%. They missed their target of less than 11% of inflation. So please, you should know better. Mr. Speaker, again, my brother on the other side, Honorable Adongo, mentioned the fact that we are not going to borrow, but yet in your budget, you have 700 million coming from IMF and 600 million coming from the World Bank. What is that? Is that free money or is that your own money in US dollars? I always tell people that the devil is in the detail. Always look in the appendices and then you find what they mean by that. Mr. Speaker, again, in 2016, this government increased their debt from 2009 to 2016 by 20 billion. And what did this result in? It resulted in a dip in the GDP by 8.8 billion Ghana cedis. This same 20 billion is what we put on our debt from 2017 to 2024. And what did we do? We rather added $20 billion to our GDP. Now GDP is 1.2 trillion Ghana cedis. 1.2 trillion Ghana cedis. I know they always come up with one thing or the other, but facts are sacred, Mr. Speaker, and it has found its way in their budget. Mr. Speaker, let me come to one thing that is really of a bother to me. I heard my former minister talk about it, and I also want to talk about it. That is the issue of expenditure. Mr. Speaker, they presented to us, to the people of Ghana, that this government is a government that was going to rationalize expenditure and cut waste. But Mr. Speaker, they should tell us where in this budget have they rationalized expenditure, where in this budget have they cut waste. Rather, they have sought to add 43.5 billion Ghana cedis to the expenditure budget. This is not Abner saying it. This is your budget speaking to that. Mr. Speaker, they are hoping that at the end of appropriation, we will give them the permission to spend 290 billion Ghana cedis. When, Mr. Speaker, this year is not an election year, so there are certain expenditures that they are not going to incur. We, in an election year, did an appropriation of 250 billion. So when you come and you tell Ghanaians that you are rationalizing expenditure and you are cutting waste, what are you doing? Nothing. Mr. Speaker, again, to be honest with you, I was hoping that the NDC would take advantage of the goodwill that the Ghanaians gave to them and voted massively for them to really show us some real cuts that will promote fiscal discipline and endure economic growth. But what have we seen? Spending spree. Mr. Speaker, spending spree. Most of this is being seen in fattened salaries at the office of the president, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that they will come and then claim the waste in the system. They claim there was waste in the system in 2024. So I was hoping that they will come and cut things and make sure that the people of Ghana, get what is due them. But Mr. Speaker, what do we see? We see 2.7 billion increase in the office of the president's salaries alone. And then they want to explain it away with the fact that it is Ministry of Information that they added. There are 76 directors and staff that they added from the Ministry of Information that has resulted in that huge 2.7 billion allocation to them. But Mr. Speaker, facts are sacred. when you look at the budget for OGM in 2024, SIGA was part of OGM. The Internal Audit Agency was part of OGM. Mr. Speaker, Scholarship Secretariat was part of OGM. There were quite a number of ministries as well as the development authorities. They were all part of OGM. But today, they are no more under OGM. So you ask yourself, all these ministries have been scrapped or agencies have been taken. How come you still have 2.7 billion under Office of Government Machinery? Mr. Speaker, they also explained that they added Ministry of the National Security Ministry. But Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the compensation for national security was 1.28 billion Ghana cedis. So that assuming that you add your 10% to it, give or take, let's say it comes to 1.45 billion, and you add the existing 326 million to it, you still have $1 billion to explain to Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, is this the lean government that the president talked about? That fine, okay, to the optics, I will reduce the number of ministers I nominate to the optics. But in the real deal, I will fatten the salaries of my officials and make sure they live well at the expense of other Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, again, let me also speak to the fact that the big push and other initiatives, Mr. Speaker, there were already existing initiatives that I believe if this government had continued, to have served a very good purpose. One is the Youth Start. The Youth Start was an initiative that was addressing problems of the youth and the SMEs. And they were adding on to growth because they found themselves in the productive sector of the economy. But Mr. Speaker, funds have been taken from Youth Start and they have been given to the National Apprenticeship. Sorry, funds have been taken from 1D, 1F, which was allocated just 120 million in 2024 to help boost the economy. And we have given National Apprenticeship 300 million Ghana cedis. You ask yourself, look at the amount of jobs, the number of jobs 1D, 1F provided, more than 200,000 jobs. These are permanent jobs. And then we are now going to do what? Spend 300 million for National Apprenticeship, where after the apprenticeship, where are they going to find the jobs, to engage in? Mr. Speaker, so this is what we say, that it is not about cutting expenditure, but rather promoting wasteful expenditure. Mr. Speaker, one thing I also find interesting is that my people on the other side, they come up with fanciful names for some existing initiatives. Mr. Speaker, everybody knows the year of return in the diaspora. It's a big thing. They claim they want to reset the economy, and they just change it to what? Black Star Experience. Interesting. Interesting. Year of return. It has more meaning than just what? Black Star Experience. What's the meaning of that? Mr. Speaker, before I sit, I also want to talk about the fact that the minister raised concerns about the state enterprises and the fact that they should do more to make sure they encourage reforms and make state enterprises fit for purpose. So I was thinking that just as they saw the National Apprenticeship as a very important thing and gave it 300 million, they would have also given SIGA, which is the agency to take care of state-owned enterprises, some money. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, it is just 50 million Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, we have close to 2.7 billion Ghana cedis at the office of the president. How then do you want the state-owned enterprises to reform and then to function as they are supposed to function? Mr. Speaker, I also heard my brother on the other side say that, oh, they are social democrats. Yes, social democrats government. Mr. Speaker, social democrats, you are supposed to make the poor and the vulnerable the heartbeat of all your policies. But what do we see here, Mr. Speaker? Clearly, in the 2024 budget, Mr. Speaker, for human trafficking fund and the domestic violence fund, we gave 2.7 million Ghana cedis for the domestic violence fund. Ask me how much they have allocated for this. A social democratic party, they have put in just 337,000 Ghana cedis. A social democrat, 337,000 Ghana cedis. I thought your heartbeat was the poor and the vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. And then when you go to the human trafficking fund too, they reduced it from 2.41 million Ghana cedis in 2024 to an abysmal 497,000 Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, they claim they are social democrats. Is this champagne democrats or what, Mr. Speaker? They have to come again. They have to come again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one other thing that I noticed that was missing in the minister's speech, because usually all ministers do that, is to give an update on the sectorial performance of every ministry. But this was absent because what? The minister feels that if he should come and update Ghanaians on all the positive influences, the positive policies that you have churned out, it will erase that notion that they've been trying to build, that notion that this economy is not performing, the notion that this economy is dead. It will erase that notion. And so he decided to avoid the updates. And majority leader is saying us that the sector ministers will come and update us. We had wanted it in the minister's speech as well, because that is what has been done, or that is what is done every day. Mr. Speaker, yes, in conclusion, I just want to say that ultimately they failed to recognize in their updates that we moved GDP from 219 billion Ghana cedis to 1.2 trillion in December 2024. Mr. Speaker, they failed to recognize that we invested and connected 276 communities to the national grid in 2024. Mr. Speaker, they failed to recognize that we completed 1,072 units of affordable housing with the TDC. Mr. Speaker, they failed to also let Ghanaians know that we invested in the phase 2 of the Temamoto Way roundabout, and also we invested in the construction of the flyover and the flyover that leads to East Legon and the Spintex Road. Mr. Speaker, they failed, but Ghanaians have seen all that. So, Mr. Speaker, finally, I just want to conclude by saying that isn't it a shame, Mr. Speaker, isn't it a shame that the policies that they talked about so much, the 24-hour economy, did not find any meaningful expression in this budget. Rather, we are being told to go and come back again, and that we should give it another week to bring it back. And Mr. Speaker, isn't it scary that no feasibility studies has been done, yet government decides to push our oil revenues close to 13.8 billion, our oil revenues and our mineral revenues, 13.8 billion, to a policy that, Mr. Speaker, they did not bring any framework for us to implement it. Rather, for the oil revenues, Mr. Speaker, it was funding free SHS. It was funding the second phase of the motorway. It was also going to fund the Agenda 111 that they are refusing to talk about. Mr. Speaker, so you ask yourself, clearly, this budget is all talk and nothing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let me remind you that the Right Honourable Peter Alajite ruled that the use of the word shame is unparliamentary. I think that was a good ruling, and I'll go by it. So please, members, stop using the word shame. It's now, honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Richard Achampon. 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, I heard my honourable members say that a lot of items, a lot of issues are missing in the report. But, honourable member, sit down and listen to me before you leave. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member failed to tell this House that Bible quotations are also missing in the budget. Did you find any Bible quotation in the budget? And the honourable member told this House
that we said we are cutting waste, but it can't find any expression in the budget. Mr. Speaker, if you had 123 ministers, and if you reduce it to 60, a difference of 63 ministers, go and check the overhead expenditure on them. 63 ministers. How much you guys spent on 123 ministers? Was it not a wasteful expenditure? We have a government who will not spend money to dig hole in the name of National Cathedral. We have a government who will not fly with a chartered flight with other friends. Other friends. And you know what I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker, we have a president who will not take national resources to pay ghosts. You're not paying ghosts here. You spent money to pay ghosts. And you are saying that GDP grew by 1.2 billion. Does it have a direct reflection on the lives of the ordinary people on the streets? So what's the meaning of 1.2 billion GDP that you're talking about? If you have a growth of 1.3 billion or 1.2 billion, there must be a physical manifestation, Mr. Speaker. The people in the country must live good. But what do you see on the streets? What do we see? Everywhere poverty. The minister came to this house, announced to us to abolish about 5 taxes. The only thing the minister failed to abolish is New Patriotic Party. Mr. Speaker, I refer my colleagues to the 2017 budget presented to this House by Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. The team is sowing the seeds for growth and jobs. I refer the House to paragraph 5 of the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I read. Mr. Speaker, let us acknowledge that we have inherited a challenged economy with considerable debt overhang and rising interest payment caused by excessive borrowing. These are your words. At the time, Mr. Speaker, our debt stock stood at 122 billion Ghana cedis. Today, our debt is 727 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, at the time, our interest payment was 10 billion Ghana cedis. You ended 2024 by paying an interest of 47 billion Ghana cedis. So 47 billion and 10 billion, which one is higher? Which one is higher? And you have a former deputy finance minister, a former minister of state, telling us that they did well, so we should clap for them. But Mr. Speaker, members should take orientation seriously in this house. After she was done, I saw them clapping. Do you clap in Parliament? Oh, we invited you to her, you refused to attend. You see the effect. You see the effect. Mr. Speaker, let me walk my sister through the data provided to this House. I refer you to table 33, 34, and 35. You grew cocoa sector by negative 22.4. Livestock, NDC did 5.4%, you did 3.5%. Forestry, we did 2.9%, you did 2.5%. Fishing, we did 3.1%. Asking me when. Manufacturing, Mr. Speaker, we did 7.9%, they did 7.8%. Financial and insurance activities, we did 8%, you did 1.5%. This is your scorecard. And you are here, want us to clap for you. We can't do that. The results is the 88 that you have over there. The people of this country saw your performance. You started from 169, you came to 137, and now you are 88. 2028, only 5 seats will be remaining here. 5. Mr. Speaker, depreciation of the cedi. By the end of 2016, and then this it was 9.6%. In 2024, the cedi depreciated 19.2%. From 9.6 to 19.2, and I want us to clap for you. Mr. Speaker, inflation stood at 15.4%. Just recently, 23.8% inflation. And you have the boldness to even talk, organize press conference. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I get confused when I hear them speaking. I will not use some of the words my sister used. Mr. Speaker, I also hear them say that they left 4 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, you are not paying your debt. Interest and principals have been deferred. And if you are not paying your debt, won't you have reserves? Go and pay the debt and see. Go and pay the debt. You suspended payment of interest and principals. You are here bragging that we left 4 months import cover. Take off the payment of interest and principal. You will see your level. Mr. Speaker, I refer the House to table 13 at page 13 and 14 of the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, we have a government who decided that all statutory payments should be in arrears. I refer the House to Appendix 2A, Mr. Speaker. By the end of 2024, Mr. Speaker, statutory payment stood at 10.4 billion in arrears. Common fund, health insurance, GET fund, road fund, all were in arrears. And government is saying we are going to decap national health insurance, road fund, and make sure that resources are made available for those institutions to do their work. And we are allocating 7.5 billion to DACF. Mr. Speaker, and the instruction is the administrator should transfer not less than 80% to the local level for development. Under your administration, you sat in Accra, awarded contract, building 100 quarter facilities. You go to the district, you ask the DCE or the regional minister, who is the consultant, who is the contractor, they don't know. How much did it cost the state to put up the facility? They don't know. We invited the Chief Justice. He has no idea whatsoever. So the money that was meant for local development, somebody sat in Accra, awarded contract, and imposed those contracts on the assemblies. So go to our villages, you see poverty. Officers are there working, but no resources. They take monthly salaries, but they don't have resources to work. And this is saying, no, we should transfer not less than 80% to the local assemblies for development. To wait, you don't like this good news. Do you want people to beat you again? Do you want beatings? Mr. Speaker, in the budget, the minister has allocated 1.5 billion for agriculture for economic transformation agenda. The minister is here, and they are saying they can't see this in the budget. We promised the people of this country that we'll set up Women's Bank. We have allocated 51.3 million to start the processes. It's not the seed fund. So stop misinforming the public. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 300 million for National Apprenticeship Program. 100 million for Jumawura program, 100 million for National Coders program, 100 million payment to assembly members. We are paying allowances for our assembly members so that they can also do their work effectively. And this is for the first time in the history of this country. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 292.4 million for free sanitary pad distribution to our young ladies. And you hear them say, NDC should mention one social intervention program to the good people of this country. We were distributing fertilizer free of charge. Is it not social intervention? You came and sold the fertilizer to the farmers. It's only under MPP that donkeys will smuggle fertilizers to neighboring countries. Donkeys. Mr. Speaker, so this budget that was presented to the House is giving us hope. It's budget of the future. We need to put our hands together and make sure the implementation is done and done well. Because by the end of the day, if prices of goods and services are stable, all of us will benefit. If you go to the market, nobody will ask your political affiliation before they quote the prices for you. So this is a government, because the good people in this country gave the NDC 1.7 million vote difference. It tells a story. They wanted to separate us from you. So, Mr. Speaker, we are inviting everybody, including our friends from the other side. Because you know, whether you join us or not, we can do government business. But it will not be fair to leave you behind. Come on board so that together we'll develop this country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, honorable members, it looks like the 15 minutes is on the high side. Members are not able to exhaust the 15 minutes. With your kind permission, we may reduce it, because he has about 4 more minutes, but he's finished. The same for the earlier ones. But we'll move now to Honorable Dr. Stephen Amwa. Fifteen minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this prestigious opportunity. It is extremely important that people appreciate the fact that we are dealing with an area that is not just like having the discretion to describe what you see. Essentially, you deal with numbers. It is numerical in nature. Thank you. So we need to appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, I'm holding what Dr. Atofo-Asen came to this August House to present to us. Just an extract. And I'm quoting him. 2025 budget speech presented by Dr. Kaisel Atofo-Asen, MP, Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, we inherited an economy in deep crisis, hard hit with debt. Mr. Speaker, the same budget they presented this year. I want each and every one here, Tom, Dick, and Harry, to understand the fact that anybody that concentrates only on the nominal figure when it comes to debt is suffering from unconscious incompetence. Because, Mr. Speaker, practically, you can pick a very rich man such as Kwame Despite, as we all know, whose debt runs into billions of dollars. And you can pick somebody like Dr. Stephen Amua. I also have a company. My debt running into just thousands of Ghana cedis. But mine is an issue because it can only be analyzed based on my asset value. So we talk about debt to GDP. And this is where I want us to teach the students out there the right thing. This house is very august, and we need to accord it that reputation. It is extremely important. Mr. Speaker, they presented 61.7 thereabout percent in terms of debt to GDP that we left for them. They are saying we left it in crisis. This is their own budget. Mr. Speaker, this is 2016 budget. They did it. They left debt to GDP over 70%. It's only Ghana. I'm giving what they even wrote. It's here. It is only Ghana that a caretaker of an institution will leave a debt to asset value or percentage over 70%, comes back for the same institution, met 61.7 thereabout, and the person will describe yours because the NDC are brothers and sisters only they believe only in communist infrastructure propaganda. They think it's all about lies. Mr. Speaker, let's not go there. We are talking about our GDP. This is what I have. This is the world's global economic growth target. It was what? 3.2%. Mr. Speaker, we left 5.7%. Mr. Speaker, this is their own budget. They just presented. This is debt to GDP is 61.7, better than yours. See this. This is the most recent budget they left. Mr. Speaker, just look at a few of the relevant items. 2016, agri growth was 2.7%. We left 2.8. Crops, they left 2.2. We left 3.2. Mr. Speaker, industry, they left 4.3. We left 7. Mr. Speaker, I think it is appropriate you accord this house the needed respect. It's a reputational house. Your constituents are watching you. So can you allow me to speak? Mr. Speaker, when it comes to mining and quarrying, they left negative 0.2. We left 9.4. When it comes to electricity, they left negative 5.8. We left 2.0. When it comes to construction, they left 8.4. We left 9.6. Mr. Speaker, then you come to services. They left 2.8. We left 5.9. Then you come to trade, repair of vehicles, household goods, negative 0.4. We left 3.6. You are telling us, oh, this is from the NDC. This is NDC's own data. It's not from MPP. Your own, you brought it. So if it's not correct, tell me. I don't think you are deceiving us. For once, I trust your work. Mr. Speaker, you come to information and communication. They left 5.6. We left 15.8. Mr. Speaker, education, all over the world, the most essential areas in any serious socio-economic jurisdiction is twofold: education and health. That was why a lot of Ghanaians were surprised that as a social democrat, you could even withdraw teachers and nurses' allowances. You have no idea how to manage a sustainable economic framework. You only do propaganda. Mr. Speaker, 2016, they left 2.3. We left 2.7. Health and social work, they left 4.0. We left 4.4. Then you come to the house, you wrote that we left economy that is in crisis. Thanks be to God, talking about the economy, as I said, it's not describing what you see. Mr. Speaker, then let's talk about serious issues here. COGM against education and other aspects. In fact, the monies they are actually taken to Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, in terms of percentage increase, it is 728.22%. It has never happened in the history of this country before. Do you mean to build this economy? Do you mean to build this economy for tomorrow? Do you see the poor ones on the street there? Do you care about their future? Do you drive between Adanta and Ridge? Do you see the case there? Have you been to Makola? See how our mothers are suffering, and you are taking everything to listen. You cause it. You are causing it. Mr. Speaker, yeah. Mr. Speaker, then we want to come to taxes. This is of great importance to me. It looks as if politics is driving all of us to the extent that we don't even care about our fiscal policies or frameworks. The NDC guys, my brothers and sisters, make arbitrary decisions in managing our fiscal space. So they say anything, they quote anything, they decide, they've forgotten that managing tax policies are calibrated in nature. You look at the relationship between the elementary or the fundamental or definitional elements of your fiscal space, then you decide to increase taxes, reduce, or even maintain what you have. I don't think they do any serious econometrics or mathematics. They just wake up and they say, we are increasing this, we are increasing that. There is nowhere in this world that you just wake up one day and say you want to increase taxes and you do. No. Check 2017, under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the man that you guys will remember one day. He actually reduced or entirely took away tax items amounting to about, in terms of nominal figures, between 12 and 17. These were the days that Kayayo tax, condom tax, real estate tax, medicines imported but not produced in Ghana. Go and check. But after we got to a situation where our fiscal space got bad, he started increasing. That's the prudent management of any economic jurisdiction. It's not the way you do yours. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to debt, even if I want to go by their figures, you have the unprecedented record in the history of this country. 2009, NDC government met total debt of 9.2 billion Ghana cedis. 2016, when they were leaving Ghana, it had moved to 122.3 billion. In terms of percentage increase, 1,222.8%. It has never occurred. Sometimes I want to ask you, nobody wants to tell me, that are you truly social democrats or capitalistic in nature? Because you can't do proper policies. You can't manage the economic indicators. So what are you? I want to know. Just as I think Peter asked Jesus, who are you? Are you socialistic? You're always bundling around propaganda. Only lies and deception. Mr. Speaker, name all the pro-poor policies in our country. Name all the pro-poor policies, both in kind and cash. Any pro-poor policy of national tenacity and international reputation, you cannot dip your hand in it. Even in this very August house, when we're passing national health insurance, you run away. Only for you to come back and say you started it. When it was Roman Catholics that had started that as a pilot project in Kransa and Techiman, every day it's about propaganda. We are doing free SHS. You clicked against it, you spoke against it, you insulted us. When you realized that Ghanaians were buying into it, so we want to do it incrementally. Mr. Speaker, they only added 25 million that year to the education budget. The fact is, NDC has to be dissolved. You have to be dissolved. It's not about numbers.
He has to be dissolved. Because we are talking about quality numbers. See, our numbers are small, but quality, minority. Mr. Speaker, for this, I respect them, I won't say it. But I'll tell them out today. Mr. Speaker, let's come to this, something they call 24-hour economy. I've conducted my own research. I've collected primary data from them. I've asked 31 NDC MPs. They all give different definitions. One policy, in terms of definitions, infinite. The fact is, the NDC guys do not stay down, sit down, analyze things before they come out. What is 24-hour economy? They have no idea about what they want to do. Mr. Speaker, what we want to tell them is that Ghanaians, Ghanaians have regretted. Ghanaians is soon and never prices of fuel.
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
your leader is up. I just want to listen to him.
Mr. Speaker, stop your work for me.
I have your clock. I've stopped it. Don't worry. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, he said he interviewed 31 members of NDC MPs and who did not understand what the 24-hour economy is. So, Speaker, that is not fair because you cast doubts on the integrity of the entire membership of the NDC caucus. You can engage in your debate, but clearly you haven't conducted any interviews. If you conducted interviews, mention the names of the MPs. It's not fair to this side for that particular statement to be allowed to stand. You can say all the lies you have said. I don't have a problem. But to add this one, I think that it shouldn't be accepted, Mr. Speaker. It shouldn't be accepted.
Honourable member, you are called upon to name the 31 members. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, what the leader of the House is trying to do will generate debate, Mr. Speaker. It will generate debate. So with respect, I'll tell him that he should let it flow because we are doing comments on the statement. But to now tell the member to mention names, it will generate debate, Mr. Speaker, because if any member name is mentioned, whether the member has said so or not, might deny or say so, and it will generate debate. So, Mr. Speaker, I think you should let it flow so that we can not, these interjections will not happen, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Habib, what has gone on so far? What do you term it? Is it debate or comments?
Mr. Speaker, I cannot say debate, but it looked like debate. Mr. Speaker, I cannot call it debate because when you look at your guidance the last time, it is understatement. And then our other papers say comments. So I don't want to be invited to be tempted saying that it is a debate. So, but it looked like debate, Mr. Speaker.
You know, the statement is too general, and it has placed the other side under a dark cloud. Who are the 31 among you that are unable to understand your own policy of 24-hour economy? That is what they are talking about. So if you don't have the names, you may withdraw that aspect and go on. Honourable member, you have the names to give us.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I don't have the names, but I just want your guidance on something.
Yes.
Because you told the House that your predecessor ruled on a word that it is unparliamentary to say shame, and for that matter, we should be guided. But the majority leader just referred to somebody like he's lying. So I don't know if that is parliamentary. That he can continue with his lies, but he should name. So I just want your guidance if lying is parliamentary. Since he's our leader, I just want some guidance from you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
So your call is for me to give a ruling on what he has said, whether the word lie is parliamentary or unparliamentary.
Exactly so, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not too sure my ruling will be obeyed. My experience so far has shown that it's a common word that is being used by both sides of the House. I know the challenge we all have in trying to use a foreign language. I know in our languages we use better words. But in the English language, we are found wanting. And so the lie in Ghana is understood differently from what the Englishman will interpret it. And so it seems for some time now, over the years, we've allowed a use of the word lie, even though in strict parliamentary terms or language is unparliamentary. It's unparliamentary. So please, if you want to be guided, that is the proper thing to do. Don't, in your submissions, use the word lie. Are you promising me that you will not use it again?
Maybe the majority leader will give that assurance.
On your behalf?
On our behalf. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Definitely, we will move away from lies and say misrepresentations.
I didn't hear the other word.
We will move away from lies and substitute that with misrepresentations.
Well, there are a number of words you could use. Either is misinformation, misrepresentation, disinformation, misleading, or there are some softer words. Well, falsehood is better than lie, but that is in the same category. And so I will not encourage you to even use the word falsehood. Even untruth is also in the same category. So please, the communication people will guide you, and I think it's better to talk about misinformation or misleading, not lie. Because you are honorable people, and I know honorable people don't tell lies. Yes, please, you may continue. You have 4 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, you gave some directives. You gave either he mentions or he withdraws.
Yes. The general reference.
No, Mr. Speaker, I think my majority leader actually misconstrued what I said. I never said any of them got it wrong, but I said each of them gave a different answer. Mr. Speaker, I think when we have free time, I want us to conduct this exercise out of extempore and call them one by one and ask them. Some of them know I asked them. But Mr. Speaker, when it comes to data collection, you want to talk about ethics and integrity of your data collected, unless your respondent allow you to mention their name. I would have mentioned their names. This you understand? I never said you got it wrong, but each of them, Mr. Speaker, I am in an August house. Each of them gave a different answer. So I was like, wow. Mr. Speaker, I'll continue. I'll ignore it for now. But I want to come in.
Member, let me get it right. Now, he said that what
this weekend we managed to educate them on the 24-hour economy. We did that. And, Mr. Speaker, the presentation was
so please, can you be a bit patient so we do this properly? If we cannot, this is a house of records. If he cannot mention the names, he could humbly tell Mr. Speaker that, Mr. Speaker, I may not be able to give the names as you have directed, and therefore I withdraw that component of my submission as if it was never said, but I want to make progress. But if you insist that that should form part of the record, then Speaker's directive has to be obeyed. I think that is where we are, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the majority chief whip, she understand that when the member, you ask for clarity, he said he did a research. Mr. Speaker, since when are we going to tell researchers to give us their respondents in their research work? Mr. Speaker, if he said
he conducted a research. So that means that he has respondents. So how can we compel him to mention the names? And he never said. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that you should rule them out and let the member continue, rather than the ministers and other agency head come here to give us present papers to us out of research findings and other things. We've never asked of who their respondents are. So this is a research work, and I don't think it is proper to tell him to disclose his respondents. So else it will hinder the work that he is doing, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm sure you know how research is conducted. It's not the same methodology or the thing that you use. And I know Dr. Stephen Amor very well, and he can answer this question. So please, let's listen to him. Yes, the 31 names, are you prepared to submit them to the information of the House? That is a request from the majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think one way or the other, first, before I answer, I want them to understand that I conducted that research not in mailer fide. They should understand. I did that bona fide. They should understand. So, for the good of our country, I wanted to understand. Then I'm coming to your question. Mr. Speaker.
No, but you have raised the issue of good faith.
Yes.
Yes, but nobody has raised that issue of good faith. So now you go to the main thing.
Because they are taking prejudicial position. They think I have bad intention. No, I was doing to support. But Mr. Speaker, coming back to their question.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, most of my brothers here, they've done research before, or researches before. If you conduct primary research, first thing is whether your respondent is ready to own up what he said or not. So that confidentiality is a critical definitional element of any professional research.
Honorable member, you didn't tell us the type of research you conducted.
No, I said
you said
I
you did
collected
research.
primary data.
Now you are talking about primary data.
No, I said it. Mr. Speaker, no.
You heard him.
No, I said
I shall return.
Mr. I will not lie.
I shall return. You have returned. So have you heard him?
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure in your guidance, you told us that it's unparliamentary, but it will be difficult for you to implement it. That was what you said. So let's all be guided by that. Although it's unparliamentary, it's difficult for everybody to enforce it.
But you authorized the majority leader to speak for and on your behalf, which he did, that none of you should use the word. Now he has used it. What should I do to him?
Mr. Speaker, the only thing I will ask
I should forgive him.
You are
Honorable Opoy Nkrumah, are you saying I should forgive him? But you should not use the word lie. So can you withdraw and let's proceed?
You should just ask him to withdraw.
Please, kindly withdraw and then we proceed.
So, with your guidance, the word lie, I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, can I have the opportunity to continue my debate?
You want to inform us that you conducted the research under confidentiality.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so do so, and let's proceed.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I think I said that initially. I talked about confidentiality and ethics. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to continue my debate. Thank you.
3 more minutes.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I think today I want us to redefine our corporate focus as a country, especially this House. It is time we took our budget statement extremely serious. I think our brothers from the NDC should learn from us. We should understand the entire cycle of any socio-economic framework. First, you need to understand that foundation that we talk about, primary macro indicators. That's the springboard for the secondary macro indicators, which includes social intervention, agriculture, education, and all of them.
Honorable Member, just a minute. Honorable Majority Chief Whip, let's allow the... Yes, please.
Speaker, I wouldn't do this ordinarily, but my difficulty is that it's not an infra dig against my caucus. The 31 of them. Please. Why should it be so difficult for the honorable member for Isiaisu to amend that portion of the statement? Why should it be so difficult for him? So it is so difficult for my members to be described that 31 of us interviewed by him, whether true or not, it is going to the records that they gave differing answers to a single policy. So our demand is that he should withdraw. He's not willing to withdraw. And he wants to proceed, even under Speaker's directive. It is not fair to my caucus, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect. It's not fair at all to my caucus. Even with your directive, it's not willing to amend that portion of his submission so we can make peace and make progress. That's the difficulty for my caucus.
The challenge I have is that in the submission so far, there is no indication that the different answers are either wrong or right. He has not stated anything to show that they got it wrong. So it's difficult for me to insist because a policy is quite a general framework, and describing it will be different coming from different people's perspectives. And your understanding, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong.
Speaker, he said they have different understanding. So it presupposes that we don't have a coherent position on a single policy. And therefore it's a problem. That is the tangent of his submission.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the last part of the majority whip statement, those are his statements, and they are not his statements. He never said anywhere that they have given wrong meanings to it. And Mr. Speaker, you guided us enough. I don't know why he's still litigating this. You guided him enough, and he was able to tell you that it's a research work, which is confidentiality. So why would he think that he can force him to? So, Mr. Speaker, we should continue. You have already guided us on this issue. If you want to challenge your guidance, then he should pray that one day he can get to where you are. Then he can also be able to guide.
Honorable members, I am not an examiner, but I know when you give a question to students or any person, a group of people, I should say, they will give different answers. Then you try to assess them to see whose answer is the best or better, or who got the lowest mark. You use marking scheme. And so I find it difficult to please, once he insists that He's not imputing any bad motives. And this not. We have to proceed. Let's oblige him.
Speaker, I'm guided, but I even doubt that he interviewed one of my members. I doubt.
Well, Honorable Majority Chief Whip, that submission could be made later on by any of you. You are permitted to do so.
5 minutes.
You still have 3 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, for clarity purposes, in terms of percentage, I did just 16.5% of them. Mr. Speaker, I think I don't want to, as you have advised, but if right now we give each of them, they should do their best to consult some of us. Pick budgets presented from
Macron, 15 minutes.
And the former Deputy Finance Minister expressed their views about the wonderful budget that was presented by Dr. Kesil Atto-Forson on the instruction of President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, this budget has been described by many Ghanaians as a very sensible budget. And the more you criticize this budget, the more you show your ignorance about what we really need to do as Ghanaians to fix your mess. Mr. Speaker, I have heard the former finance minister, and Dr. Amin Anta, please stay and listen to this. I have heard him suggest that, Mr. Speaker, we have reduced the amount of allocation that we have given to goods and services. And because of that, we do not intend to grow this economy. I was shocked to hear him say that. Because, Mr. Speaker, what he failed to realize, that yes, in 2024, they allocated 11.5 billion cedis for goods and services. We have reduced that to 21 billion cedis for capital expenditure. Between goods and services and capital expenditure, which one will help the economy grow? Which one will help the economy grow? Somebody says they like chop. Mr. Speaker, our approach is to invest in capital expenditure to expand the productive capacity of this country. That is what will bring the growth that we need, and not goods and services. In any case, what did you spend the goods and services on? Was it not on the purchases of vehicles, computers, and others? We want to construct roads. We want to construct schools. We want about the GDP growth that we have estimated at 4.4%. And they keep comparing oranges to apples. You, in your 2024 budget, you projected to grow this economy first by 2.8%. Then you revised it to 3.2%. That was your budgeted amount, budgeted figure, the figure you projected to grow by. We have projected to grow by 4.4%. Compare apples to apples. Mr. Speaker, in the expenditure in advance of appropriation that you brought here, you projected that in 2025, we will grow the economy by 4.0%. You yourselves projected 4.0. We have even increased it to 4.4. So wait for us to end the year and compare the actuals to your actuals. And stop doing this kind of comparison. Compare apples to apples. Mr. Speaker, I am shocked at some of the statements made by the former finance minister. In fact, he came here and he is questioning the arrears figures that we have put out. And he made an unfortunate statement accusing the finance minister for cooking figures. That was very, very unfortunate. And he also mentioned that we have included figures that have not been audited in the budget. Let me refer you to your own budget, President Nanado's first budget in 2017. Paragraph 7, you stated, and I quote, page 2, paragraph 7, that is most important. Look, backbenchers, learn and stop that. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure at end December 2016 stood at 30.3% of GDP against a target of 26.4% of GDP, with an outstanding stock of arrears of nearly 7 billion cedis. This is at variance with the performance criteria on the non-accumulation of arrears for the 2016 fiscal year under the IMF-supported Extended Credit Facility Program. The question I'm asking you, was this figure audited? The 7 billion you quoted, was it audited? The answer is no. Mr. Speaker, so it is surprising that they will turn around and question figures that we have provided. Mr. Speaker, look, the finance minister stated here that we have 49 billion arrears, and that we have even decided to audit these figures. We have said that we have decided to audit it. We will be very happy if after auditing we realize that the arrears is even zero. We are not happy to pay huge arrears, but it is what it is. What the finance minister did on assumption to office was to request all MDAs to bring stock of arrears to the finance ministry. They did so. We further went to conduct a validation exercise with them, and we have stated that beyond this, we are going to audit it. You were complaining about an arrears stock of 7 billion. 8 years, you have shot it up to 49 billion. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. Apart from that, in fact, this figure does not include the 68 billion cedis owed by ECG. It does not include the 32 billion cedis owed by Cocoa Board. It does not include the $1.73 billion owed to the IPPs. It does not include the 5.7 billion cedis owed by the road sector. Mr. Speaker, this is what they left us. And what is shocking, Mr. Speaker, the shocking part is what I'm going to talk about. From 7th December, when they lost power, to 7th January, when they handed over power, a period of 1 month, statistics at the Comptroller and Accountant General's Department shows that they made payments to the tune of 32.7 billion cedis. These people were determined to deplete the coffers before they leave office. In addition to this, the Comptroller and Accountant General Office is a public institution, and these are verifiable. In addition to that, bank transfer advice, BTAs, sitting at Comptroller to be paid is in excess of 18 billion cedis. The only reason these payments were not made because they had depleted the coffers. They wanted to pay all this. Why were you doing this? What was Ghana? Was Ghana going to die? Did you have to pay everything, deplete the coffers before leaving office? Honorable Apol Krova says yes. This is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is what our people left for us. But Mr. Speaker, another worrying statement that the former finance minister made is that why have we put all these figures out there and international communities, and so what? Did you expect us to lie about, oh, I'm using lie again. Did you expect us to misrepresent data because, well, I mean, international community is listening? No. We had the responsibility to let Ghanaians know the true state of the economy so that we can carry everybody along in the attempt to reset the economy. Mr. Speaker, the former Minister of State, Honorable Abuna Osei Asare, was making statements that we did not make any provisions for social intervention programs. And I was asking myself, has she really read the budget? Because if she has, she would have realized that we have even deepened existing social intervention programs. You will realize that LEAP, we have increased the allocation to LEAP, and we have increased the beneficiaries from 350,000 people to 400,000 people. And this is something that I know Mama Pat is so happy about. We have indexed LEAP to inflation such that if inflation, as long as inflation remains positive, every year the LEAP allocation will increase. We will adjust it with inflation. Mr. Speaker, we have increased the allocation to school feeding program from 1.3 billion to 1.7 billion. In fact, the amount per child per day for feeding has been increased from 1 cedi 50 pesos to 2 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we have provided 242.5 million to support victims of the Akosombo Dam spilling, something you could not do. you could not do. We have made provisions for this, and we will do it. Mr. Speaker, look, if you have children who are girls, maybe you are privileged, and so you don't know how girls are suffering in our various schools. That school attendance reduces because of simple sanitary pad that our girls are not able to get. So when they are in that time of the month, they have to skip school. Today, President Mahama has made provision to supply free sanitary pads for our girls. Is this not a social intervention program? Is this not a social intervention program? You are members of parliament, and you know the demands on you when the new academic year begins. The number of tertiary students who knock at your doors to get support to pay admission fees. Today, President Mahama says that is going to be a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, somebody is asking how about free SHS. Look, in your 2017 budget, you demonstrated that you were clueless about funding for your own free SHS program. Paragraph 877, you said this, Mr. Speaker, we will initiate discussions with all stakeholders interested in the performance of their senior high schools in their communities. Parents, school alumni, religious organizations, the diaspora will be encouraged to establish a funding mechanism to support high schools of their choice. This will reinforce community involvement in governance and improve the quality of education in our senior high schools. Look, for you, this is how you intended to fund free SHS. And for 8 years, you couldn't find dedicated funding for free SHS. Today, President Mahama has found dedicated funding for free SHS. So you should be thankful to President Mahama for continuing some of these interventions. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to our friends on that side that, look, I understand that you are in opposition and it is your job to offer criticisms. But you see, don't just be finding criticisms where there is none. Support a worthy cause. Support President John Dramani Mahama. Support Dr. Atufo-Sen. Support us to implement this sensible budget, because this is what is going to take us out of the mess that you left us. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, you were also left with 3 minutes. I will now grant permission to Honorable Kojo Opong Nkrumah. I have seen some asterisks here. I'm sure they were suspecting you won't be around. So they put one Honorable Koko Asante. In case
Speaker,
you are not
Mr.
around.
Speaker, let me clarify. In fact, Mr. Speaker, to clarify that after Honorable Kojo Opong Nkrumah, on our side, it will now be Honorable Koko. So we indicated with the arrow as she was number 10, so that after Honorable Opong Nkrumah, then Honorable Koko will now come. Thank you.
So, Honorable Member, you may give your submissions now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make some comments on the statement before this House. It's unfortunate that the Deputy Minister for Finance has just left the chamber. We are debating the budget of the executive. The Minister for Finance is not here. His deputy was here. Right after his submissions, he's Nicodemously sneaked out of the chamber. We would have wished that he would be here to get feedback. And here is why. You know, sometimes when you are in government, you suffer from a certain disease. Any feedback that is given you, you think your job is just to defend. I was information minister. You think your job is just to defend and explain. Sometimes if you listen, you will get
free advice that can help you to improve what you are doing. So it will be good that you bring him back into the chamber so that he can listen to the feedback that we are giving to him. He, for example, says that his justification for raising this 49 billion, this phantom 49 billion, is that in 2017 we mentioned arrears of 7 billion. What he forgets is that when we mentioned 7 billion, we did not proceed to adjust the fiscals with that 7 billion. We did not proceed to adjust the national account with that 7 billion and change the primary balance. We proceeded to say it will be audited, and thankfully, a good chunk of those claims were thrown away. What he has done differently, what he and his boss have done differently, is that they have proceeded to adjust the national accounts and adjust the primary balance for numbers that they themselves claim they have not audited. I'm happy he's coming back into the chamber. So the difference is that you have proceeded to adjust the national accounts with figures that you are confessing you have not audited. Who does that? And that is why we are telling you to hasten slowly. Mr. Speaker, he says they have indexed LEAP to inflation. He goes on to say that they have provided dedicated funding for free SHS. Honorable Deputy Minister, you did not index LEAP to inflation. The MPP government that just did indexed LEAP to inflation. You did not do it. You did not do it. Don't take credit for what you haven't done. Also, you claim there was no dedicated funding for free SHS, and you question whether the erudite Abena Osei-Asare has read the budget. I regret to inform you, you probably haven't read your own budget. You haven't read your own budget. Because if you have read your budget, you will find out that the dedicated funding for free SHS was a goods and services allocation of ABFA. Honorable Deputy Minister, ABFA, what you have done, and again, you tell the people of Ghana that you have uncapped NHIL and GET Fund. That's not true. Let me show you why it's not true. It is the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Act. What that law says is that you cap 14 funds. And if you find that any fund requires its full allocation, you restore. That's what you have done. If you wanted to uncap, you know what you do? You repeal the whole legislation. Why have you not uncapped all the 14 funds? You are using the same act. And what you are doing is that you are restoring what you have now been asked to make available to them. But, Mr. Speaker, we have 4 things to share with our colleagues on the other side. And Honorable Deputy Minister, respectfully, if you listen, it will help you. The first is that your economic policy, it is not coherent with your manifesto. I have a copy of your manifesto here, Resetting Ghana, NDC Manifesto 2024. I have your economic policy here. Your economic policy is not coherent with your manifesto. I always say that agro beswa, efranopa, to wit, if the evening festivities will be exciting, the morning preparation will show. This morning preparation you've brought us shows us that the evening festivities will be nothing to write home about. You told us between pages 3 and 22 of your manifesto that your economic program, Honorable Deputy Minister, let me have your attention. You told us that your economic program will be built on 3 foundational pillars: the economic transformation agenda, the economic recovery program, and the 24-hour economy. Right at the dispatch box, your boss, the finance minister, has admitted that the 24-hour economy part of it, they are not ready to even lay it before this house. Sunday, you brought in Mr. Guzitando to do an informal presentation, and he himself admitted that he has some further work to do, and then he will bring it here. You have brought us an economic policy. The economic recovery program, that's the foundation. The economic transformation agenda, that's the foundation. The 24-hour economy, that's the foundation. You have not finished preparing it. Who built the first floor when they haven't built the foundation? Which contractor built the first floor when they haven't built the foundation? And let me show you the effect. That is why when we go into your economic policy, there's no coherence with your manifesto. You made 273 economic promises in your manifesto, 273 of them. If we prorate your 4-year period, each year you should be doing about 68 of them. Do you know how many of your economic promises you have responded to in this first economic policy?
Do you know the number? I'm not sure you have read the budget. You haven't counted. You have only responded to 25 of your economic promises. Mr. Deputy Minister, that is just about 36%. If you continue at this rate, by the time this year is over and by the time your tenure is over, you will be doing less than 20%. And let me tell you why. Because even when you roll out programs as government, not all of it succeeds. I've told you that we've been in government before. The MPP in the first year rolled out free SHS, 1D, 1F, 1 village, 1 dam. Even those ones that we started early, look at the challenges that we faced. And so, Honorable Deputy Minister, we are drawing your attention, this is free feedback to you, that you need to find more coherence between your economic policy and your own manifesto. Else, by the time your tenure is done, you would have disappointed yourself. The second point I want to draw your attention to is that your budget, even the one that you brought, your budget, it betrays your priorities. You see, like they say, don't tell me what your priorities are, show me your budget, and I will see what you value. This budget that you have brought is a budget in which you have told us, first of all, that you value Ghanaian women so much that you are going to set up a bank for them, the Women's Development Bank. You have put $51 million allocation, 51 million cedis, 51 million cedis allocation in this budget for the Women's Development Bank. And then you have put 70 million cedis for research at Jubilee House. You see your priorities? The budget is beginning to betray your priorities. You give all of the women in Ghana who are looking for this bank 51 million, and then you give research at the office of the president 70 million Ghana cedis. You are beginning to see your priorities. Honorable Deputy Minister, you told us that something has happened that's never happened. The president has gone to negotiate minimum wage. How much? 10%. By the way, the previous administration did way better, 25% plus. But while you are increasing minimum wage by 10%, you have increased the compensation budget at the Office of Government Machinery by over 720%. Over 7. This is what the leader of the jurisdiction by foreign companies that wanted to buy the gold. Now you want to take taxpayers' money, 4 billion Ghana cedis, to go and buy gold. Are you seeing your priorities now? You have made available 100 million Ghana cedis for capital expenditure at the Office of Government Machinery. What are you buying there? More cars or what? 100 million Ghana cedis for capital expenditure. And yet, you say to the young people of this country that there is no space. Paragraph 478. That's why I'm worrying whether you've read it. Paragraph 478. You say there's no fiscal space to recruit young people into the public service. But you find 100 million Ghana cedis for capital expenditure, to buy cars and other things. Are you seeing where your priorities are? If I take you into a further analysis of your own numbers, Honorable Deputy Minister, your own numbers. Like my brother John Jinapo used to say, Mr. Speaker, we have run the regression analysis and the correlation analysis on this side, and we know all the figures. I'm happy he's here in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, we have also run the analysis. If you look at compensation allocations, Honorable Deputy Minister, do I have your attention? You will find that for the Office of Government Machinery, you have allocated 2.7 billion for compensation. By the way, when it was 327, you used to complain and do press conferences. Now it's 2.7 billion. But what is even more worrying, the economic sector ministries, 7 of them, the ones that are responsible for generating growth, expansion of the economy and jobs for people, you have given them a paltry 2.2 billion Ghana cedis. You value Office of Government Machinery compensation more than 7 economic ministries. You were telling us a few minutes ago that infrastructure is the most important thing. while you have made available 2.7 billion cedis for compensation at the Office of Government Machinery, Honorable Deputy Minister, if you check your budget, the numbers, do you know how much you have given for compensation for the infrastructure sector ministries? A paltry 700 million Ghana cedis. So your budget is showing your priorities. But even more importantly, I keep reminding you that the most important things that the people of Ghana are looking for, improvement in cost of living. Between the State of the Nation address and your economic policy and your budget, you have conveniently forgotten about them. You told us that you were going to use the special petroleum levy to cushion people who buy fuel from increased fuel prices. Between SONA, budget, and economic policy, you have conveniently forgotten about it. Today, you have increased the cost of gas, which is used for producing electricity, from $7 per MMBTU to $8 per MMBTU. You know what it means. What it means is that the cost of power produced is going up. Then to add insult to injury, you have added to it that every 3 months there will be adjustments in utility tariffs. So what is going to happen is that utility tariffs are going to go up every 3 months. Is this the reset that you promised the people of Ghana? You told everybody that food inflation was so high it needs to be dealt with. My uncle is here. He has rolled out an interesting program which looks very much like planting for food and jobs. You are going to give support to farmers to increase production. I'm giving you honest feedback. The outstanding items like porous borders, transportation challenges, liberalized pricing regime at our markets, the program that you are talking about doesn't address it. So food inflation, you have not done anything about it. Transportation. Today, the Minister for Transport is now asking transport unions that they should hold on with transport fare increases. Because you haven't, as a government, introduced any policy to deal with it, despite what you told the people of Ghana. And so, my brother, the economic policy you have brought, it doesn't respond to the key issues. Worse is that you have introduced new taxes that will worsen the cost of living. The growth and sustainability levy that you have introduced from 2026, 2027, 2028 is going to affect banks, non-banking financial institutions, insurance companies, telecom companies, breweries, oil marketing companies, companies and institutions registered under SEC, electronic money issuers, and all other companies that are not within category A and B. I can give you a copy of Act 1095 by 5%. All these industries, they are going to pass the cost on to the average Ghanaian, and cost of living will go up. So the most important thing to the people of Ghana, cost of living, you have not tackled it. My final point, Mr. Speaker, and I'll take my seat. You see, when you gave all of these policies to the Ghana Statistical Service and the Finance Ministry people, they marked it. And they said that they project that it will lead to 4.4% growth in the economy. The economy that you said was criminally managed. The economy that you said was a crime scene. It did a modest 5.7. Remember that in the first 3 years before COVID, we were doing 7%. When the recovery happened, 5.7. All your programs put together, they are now telling you that it will do 4.4. Mr. Speaker, by our model, on top of the 5.7% this year, Ghana should be doing nothing less than 8% growth. This year, by our model. So, if you want to compare apples to apples, Honorable Deputy Minister, comparing apples to apples, your 4.4% compares to 8%. I have in my hands here the Deloitte economic forecast for 2025. It was issued in December. They said in December that when they look at the MPP's economic recovery program, inflation, following our disinflation trend, is supposed to be 11% this year. 11% this year. You promised a reset that you are going to do better than us. What is your figure? The same 11%. How? You should be doing 7%. Yes. Don't forget that in 2019, the MPP did 7.9% inflation. This is after 2 years of single-digit inflation. And so respectfully, I beg of you, if you listen to the feedback, your overall performance, as is being marked by the Finance Ministry and the Ghana Statistical Service, you need to up it a little more. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by these comments. In fact, some more data we have. The Office of Government Machinery used to be the 7th highest expenditure item Today, because you have inflated it, it is now the 5th highest. It is higher. It is higher. It is higher than local government. It's even higher than roads and highways. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we call on our colleagues on the government bench, try and find coherence between your economic policy and your manifesto. Else, you may not hit 20% and you disappoint yourself. Number 2, go back into the budget and let your money follow where your words have been. The big things that will create growth and expansion of the economy, put money behind them. And Mr. Speaker, the very final point, it's not too late. You have some time. We have 3 weeks before appropriation. Just like how the finance minister came back to correct himself that he wants to amend the Income Tax Amendment Act to actually include betting tax, you can still come back and make corrections, and we in this mighty minority will support you to pass that budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable members, we now listen to Honorable Atta Issa. I don't know why, but the indication here is that you have 5 minutes.
Oh.
He's an ordinary parliamentarian.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Member, please, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. It is important to note that when it comes to lessons on managing the economy, the minority side or the MPP should be the last to offer such suggestions. Because the verdict on your 8-year mandate is what resulted into this number. The verdict onto the Ghanaian economy, how you performed, resulted into this number. I dare say the 2025 budget is the most well-received budget if you follow various stakeholders in our Ghanaian economy. This is because the preparation of the budget 2025 was preceded by 4 major activities. First of all, we did the National Economic Dialogue. This side that is criticizing the output of the various aspirations of our people, they didn't go and participate in the National Economic Dialogue. We also did the National Education Forum. We also did meeting traders by the Finance Ministry, and then the popular youth engagement on the expert platform. Mr. Speaker, it is important to also note it is normally observed, if you look at previous or historical trends, that when a new government comes, having subjected us to economic hardships like this, where incidence of poverty is 23.4%, what it means is that 1 out of every 4 Ghanaian is very poor in Ghana as we speak. When you inherit an economy like this, what finance minister across the world would have done would be cost burden sharing or cost sharing. However, this budget seeks to shift away, putting the burden on the ordinary Ghanaian into that of production. And I think this is one of the innovative ideas. It is also important to note, Mr. Speaker, the MPP, when you talk about public debt accumulation, they go and hide behind dollar. They do it in dollar rated and say that the NDC government added this amount in dollars and they added this amount in dollars. It is important to know when you look at IS 37, in reporting standards, you use your functional and presentation currencies in reporting your debt stock and not the dollar or the foreign debt component. Mr. Speaker, in 2015-2016, an asset quality review was done by the Bank of Ghana and the IMF, where it projected that the total depositors amount that was at risk as a result of poor banking supervision, poor corporate governance strategies employed by the banking sector, we needed 9 billion Ghana cedis to recapitalize our banks. Due to the cruel and the bad governance these people inflicted on the Ghanaian populace, we were subjected to pay through the taxpayer 30.3 billion Ghana cedis. Yet, we still need 10 billion Ghana cedis to recapitalize a banking sector that needed only 9 billion. Mr. Speaker, The purpose of creating the NIB and then the ADB was to support agriculture and commercial activities of Ghanaian sector. As we speak, we need 2.2 billion Ghana cedis to recapitalize those two indigenous banks. It is important to note that the current participation rate of Ghana local banking sector is less than 10%. These people came and collapsed all indigenous banks, and yet they have the audacity to offer superior suggestions. Your superior suggestions landed you with 886. Your superior strategies landed you with a micro minority. Mr. Speaker, because of time, let me come to the real sector development. The former finance minister, I wish he was here, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, for purposes of education, GDP growth has never been a welfare indicator, and let's not repeat that at all. One thing that you should always focus on when you are talking about the GDP is the drivers of growth. Let's ask ourselves, what is the drivers of the 5.7%? It is mainly the Galamsey economy. When the governor's statistician came here and I asked what was the end year GDP rate, he said 5.7%. And I asked for the source of the growth, and he said it was as a result of the service sector and that of mining and quarry. Galamsey that resulted into the 5.7%. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to let me land on the external sector. Let me land on the external sector, Mr. Speaker. The MPP were so quick to celebrate the 4 months of import cover, as was presented by the finance minister. But what they forgot to understand was that you did a 37% cut on the external bondholders to our external creditors. 37% on their principal. So if you were not servicing your debt as a result of the debt suspension policy that you did in 2022, 2023 and 2024, you were not servicing your external debt. So why won't you have enough reserve in your external sector? So it is not enough for you to say that because you can cover 4 months of import cover means you were doing any superior management of the Ghanaian economy. I already said initially, as for the verdict as to how the MPP managed the economy, the jury is out there. And the jury is that President John Dramani Mahama won the election with the largest electoral defeat ever to be suffered by a political party. And I think that it is a period of reflection that you must learn. Despite all the excuses you are giving, Ghanaian people saw through the deception. And no more deception to the Ghanaian person. The average Ghanaian knows that 2.3 million Ghanaian people cannot afford 3 square meals. That is the bread and butter issue that this budget seeks to do. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful.
Honorable members, honorable members. Honorable members, I think the Honorable Atta Issa did very well. His submission, your submission was within the 5 minutes. And we should encourage people to do so. Honorable members, just a few minutes for me to communicate to you some information from the presidency. You may be misinformed. The first one had to do with the nomination of the administrator of the District Assembly Common Fund. You recall a few days ago, I think almost 2 weeks, I read an earlier communication. That one dealt with appointment as acting. But this one is dealing with the nomination for your prior approval. It's dated 10 February, which meant there was some problems with it getting to my office. We got it just yesterday, and it reads, nomination of administrator of District Assembly Common Fund. In accordance with Article 2524 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana 1992, I submit through you to Parliament for approval the appointment of Mr. Michael Harry Yamson as the Administrator of the District Assembly Common Fund. The nominee's credentials and record of service demonstrate his competencies to support the government's agenda and serve the people of Ghana effectively. Attached is a copy of his curriculum vitae. Accept, Mr. Speaker, the assurances of my highest consideration. John Dramani Mahama. Honorable members, I refer this communication to the relevant committee, and that committee is the Appointments Committee for consideration and report to the House. The earlier reference was done in error. The second Deputy Speaker was misled to do that. And so that has been withdrawn, and this will now be the operating reference. I am informed that the committee has already scheduled to sit tomorrow. That definitely Thursday. Yeah, so that could go on. We will adopt that as the program of the committee, and the public hearing could be conducted on that day. The second communication is dated 17th March 2025, and it reads, notice of absence from Ghana. Pursuant to Article 59 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, I write to formally inform you of my intention to travel to Freetown, Sierra Leone, tomorrow, 18th March, 2025, and return the same day. During my absence, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, assume my duties. John Dramani Mahama. Honorable members, the second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. We will now give, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was, and in fact, not only me, we were expecting more communication from the presidency since we don't have 60 ministers yet. The 4 ministers, the president had informed us that he was doing so. Mr. Speaker, we were all expecting, as you were presiding, that at least we'll hear the 4 ministers. And if it is not available, now that the vice president is acting, 60 ministers are all in place.
The is completely out of order. Yes, second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. We have still a tall list here, so please, members, abide by the time limits. We have still left with about more than 6 from each side of the House.
Is it the turn of Honorable Gideon Boako? Well.
let's invite the member for Etiwa West, Honorable Kokwa Santi. Yes, Honorable, you have 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the budget statement presented by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a clear reflection of the glaring inconsistencies between the lofty promises made by the NDC government and the harsh reality that they presented to Ghanaians. In effect, Mr. Speaker, the big push couldn't push. Yes, the big push couldn't push. The big push could not push. Mr. Speaker, the NDC government campaigned heavily on the cost of living, promising to abolish and also rationalize some 14 taxes outlined in their manifesto to ease the burden on Ghanaians. However, when it came to actual implementation, they only abolished, in effect, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's all they abolished, falling far short of their grand promises. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget statement has failed to deliver on the government's promise to ease the cost of doing business, particularly at the ports. Despite the government's assurances and commitment to rationalize the port taxes, fees, and charges, the budget is completely devoid on this issue. No major downward adjustments to port fees or import fees have been announced, leaving the business community deeply disappointed. Mr. Speaker, when the Finance Minister presented the 2025 budget, we expected bold, clear policies to fulfill the government's promises. Instead, we heard vague references to adjustments, a term that in reality signals even higher costs for Ghanaian businesses and consumers. So, Mr. Speaker, instead of providing relief, the government has extended the special import levy from 2024 to 2028. This conflicting approach by the government of extending, on the one hand, an import levy from 2025 to 2028, while promising tax rationalization or reduction raises concerns about the government's commitment to reducing the cost of doing business. The business community deserves clarity, consistency, and policies that truly support economic expansion. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that electricity prices are set to rise. Specifically, paragraph 254 of the budget statement reveals that there will be an increase in electricity tariffs in the 4th quarter of 2025 and every quarter thereafter. Mr. Speaker, energy prices will go up as the government has removed subsidies of gas prices, thereby increasing the weighted average cost of gas from $7.8 to $8.45. Mr. Speaker, it is the ordinary Ghanaian citizens who is going to bear the effect of these increases. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is the government's decision to increase the growth and sustainability levy from 1% to 3% for mining companies and extending its sunset clause from 2025 to 2028 presents a significant challenge for businesses, particularly in the mining sector. For businesses, this tax hike means increased operational costs, potential reduction in investments, and possible job losses in the sector. A more strategic approach, Mr. Speaker, would have been to negotiate an increase in mining royalties, which are deductible for corporate tax purposes, to achieve the same revenue generation without imposing excessive strain on businesses. Ultimately, while revenue mobilization is necessary, it must be balanced with policies that encourage business growth and investment. Overburdening businesses with additional taxes, particularly in sectors that drive economic growth, could have long-term negative effects on Ghana's economic stability and job creation. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, paragraph 657, the NDC government talks of expanding pension coverage of the informal sector through the NPRA, the National Pensions Regulatory Authority. The NPP government, I think you it'll be worthy to note here that the NPP government, under the SEED initiative that was done by SNIT, expanded the coverage to the self-employed in the informal sector from 14,000 to almost 140,000, 139,768 registered members between March 2023 and December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement also promises prompt payment of pension contributions. While this sounds promising, we on this side can only hope that they follow through on their words, because history tells a different story. History tells a different story. Mr. Speaker, as of December 2016, the NDC government left behind outstanding social security contributions for public sector workers amounting to over 972 million Ghana cedis, which the NPP government inherited. Yes, we inherited over 972 million Ghana cedis in arrears.
Thank you.
Conclusion.
Honourable Member.
Okay. Unlike the NDC government, which allowed pension arrears to go up, the NPP government actually took responsible actions and has paid all the arrears to date. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to also touch on the Women's Bank. The Women's Development Bank, which the NDC has touted that they will establish. First of all, we're very happy. Women in my constituency were actually pleased to hear about a development bank, Women's Development Bank, because many of them saw this as a real opportunity to access financial support. And they look forward to this bank. However, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how the NDC is going to set this up, because under the banks and specialized deposit taking.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to conclude in 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Koko, thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, initially they gave us 15 minutes. So therefore we
5 minutes,
for that.
5 minutes.
And we reduced to 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, it is now the turn of Honourable Suleimana Adama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Inshaia.
Honourable, you have 5 minutes?
10. I'm a deputy ranking.
Deputy ranking?
Yes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Inshaia argued that the GDP was 73% in 2016, but it is 61% in 2024. So we should clap for them. Honourable Mr. Speaker, the highest inflation ever recorded, inflation to GDP ever recorded in this country was in 2022, when we made 94%. Debt to GDP. Mr. Speaker, debt to GDP in 2022 was 92%. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm coming to him.
Honourable members, please, if you find anything wrong, dot it. According to him, he found something wrong with Honourable Doc. Well, just dot it. Just. Honourable Gojo Pangroma. Yes, Honourable Adama, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the debt to GDP was 92.4%. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, debt to GDP was 84%. Mr. Speaker, debt to GDP.
Honourable members, can we please give him a hearing?
Mr. Speaker, debt to GDP is 61% in 2020, was 61% in 2024. Not because of any magic, but because the government is not paying the debt as we are supposed to pay, because we have undergone the DDEP. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget has brought back confidence in the political class. Hitherto, when you meet anybody, they said, we don't trust politicians, because there were always disconnects between what we promise in the manifesto and what we deliver as a policy. Mr. Speaker, when you take the NDC 2024 manifesto, when you listen to President Mahama's State of the Nation address, when you listen to Honorable Atoforsen's budget statement, you see a well-tailored linkages between the three documents. Mr. Speaker, the NDC manifesto, on page, Mr. Speaker, the NDC manifesto states that on page 22 of the NDC manifesto, it is boldly written, Mr. Speaker, we will scrap the following draconian taxes within our first 100 days in office to alleviate hardship and reduce the high cost of living.
Honorable members, please.
Mr. Speaker, we will scrap the e-levy. We will scrap the 10% levy on bet winnings. We will scrap the emission levy. Mr. Speaker, flowing from the promise and in the spirit of staying true to the Ghanaian people, the budget has proposed to scrap all these nuisance taxes. Mr. Speaker, again, the NDC manifesto promised a big push policy. It's an ambitious policy to bring infrastructure development and for economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 manifesto had made a provision of 13.8 billion Ghana cedis for the big push program. Mr. Speaker, the president understands the vulnerabilities in the economy. He understands that there are vulnerable groups in the economy. So he promised in the manifesto. So if you go to page 23 of the NDC manifesto, it is stated that the president will introduce various social interventions to alleviate the current economic hardship. Mr. Speaker, he promised to bring no academic fee policy for first-year students in all public tertiary institutions. Mr. Speaker, he promised that there will be free tertiary education for all people with disability. Mr. Speaker, he promised free sanitary pads for our girls. Mr. Speaker, he promised free primary health care. He promised the Mahama Care Initiative. He promised the National Apprenticeship Program. He promised allowances for assembly members. Mr. Speaker, staying true to the people of Ghana, the budget has made allocations of 499 million Ghana cedis for the free first-year students for our public tertiary institutions, 292 million Ghana cedis for sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, 3.5 billion Ghana cedis for free SHS. Mr. Speaker, 564 million Ghana cedis for the provision of comprehensive free curricula. Mr. Speaker, the budget has made an allocation of 3.5 billion.
Honorable members, there are so many movements in the chamber. Please, is that your case? Honorable members, please, let's give me a hearing so that we can also listen to you. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the budget has made a provision of 3.5 billion towards the free senior high school. It is the highest allocation ever since the project was rolled out in its current form in 2017. Mr. Speaker, this is coming from the president who was described as the scary alternative. If he's the scary alternative, he's the one who has made the highest contribution. When he said we are going to review the free SHS, they said the understanding of review is cancellation. If cancellation means provision of 3.5 billion, then we need more cancellation. Mr. Speaker, if cancellation means making a dedicated funding by uncapping the GET fund, then we need more cancellation. Mr. Speaker, some people have argued that they don't understand why we are projecting an economic growth of 4.3%, 4.4%, when they made 5% and over in 2024. Mr. Speaker, how do we grow the economy when you are going to spend 18 billion in servicing domestic debt in 2025 alone? Mr. Speaker, when your SOEs are all in debt and in crisis, Mr. Speaker, how do you grow the economy? When you are supposed to use the chunk of your resources in servicing debt, not in areas where you can grow the economy, not in productive areas. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you now, the ECG owes 68 billion Ghana cedis. Cocoa Board owes 32.5 billion Ghana cedis. Cocoa Rose, we are owing 21.7 billion Ghana cedis. We are owing 840 billion cedis are the revenue losses as a result of the rollout of the Cocoa Board that we are actually owing. Mr. Speaker, so assuming we are using all these resources in the productive sectors, aren't we going to grow the economy? Yes. So I'll urge my colleagues and Ghanaians to keep faith with President Mama. Yes. When we are able to stabilize the mess, stabilize the economy, by the end of the year, you will see economic growth that is commensurate with output and productive sectors. Yes. Mr. Speaker, it is the best policy document ever witnessed in a very long time. He has kept faith with the Ghanaian people. He has actually demonstrated that when you have a well thought through policy in a budget statement, it can result in economic development. Let's keep faith with the NDC because this is the best policy document we have ever had. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I am on my feet to raise a matter that has come to the attention of the caucus. That has to do with the referral made some few minutes ago by Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Disassembly Common Fund Administrator, the letter that came, which you made referral to the appointment committee. Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, we've scheduled the nominee to come on Thursday. A moment ago, Mr. Speaker annulled your referral and indicated that you did so in error and that you were misled. These are his words, I'm quoting, that the second deputy speaker was misled into making the referral. That notwithstanding, he upheld the effect of the referral to say that he has become aware that on Thursday we are going to do the vetting. Mr. Speaker, the rule as I've been made to understand in law is that you cannot place something on nothing. It will fall and it must fall. If the tree upon which the fruits bear is poisonous, the fruit itself cannot be edible. It will also kill. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not know the exception to the rule being introduced here. We know that Mr. Speaker is not in the chair, so we would follow the appropriate processes. But it is important that we bring this to the attention of the House, that to the extent that Mr. Speaker has annulled the referral, then all other things must go with it. And Mr. Speaker re-echoed that this is the new referral he is doing, and the earlier one was not properly done. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand how we would have to uphold the action that was taken in terms of the committee writing to the nominee to come on Thursday. That if the actual referral is annulled, then all other things become void. And we start the process again. I'm concerned about the precedent we may be setting as a result of this. But these are matters that will take up properly through a proper procedure in this House for Mr. Speaker to have a second look at it. We know that you cannot be in a position to rule on this matter, but we felt it has to be brought to the attention of the House for the purposes of Hansa. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader, will you comment on that?
Mr. Speaker, I really don't understand the drift of this whole discourse about rules and practices and etc. I think that what happens at the level of speakership should remain at the level of speakership. I have some indications regarding what happened. You raise an issue and that is being addressed, you pay attention. No, but you raise the issue. If you raise an issue and then we are called upon to comment and then you turn your back and then you are discussing other matters. Yes, I think, but I haven't seen the records, but I think there was an error in the original communication. There was an error. And what the Speaker sought to do is to correct it. So maybe you should see the Speaker and find exactly what he was trying to address. There was an error. I mean, he explained to me, yes, he explained to me that there was an error and he requested for a second communication. So the communication came and he thought to find a way of correcting it. So it's not as if the second Deputy Speaker is being undermined or anything of that sort. But also because you have already started the process based on the earlier communication. Whilst he's trying to address some issues of error in our records, I think that you should continue with the arrangement. You've already created an expectation. You've invited the nominee. The nominee is still the same person. Nominee hasn't changed. So let him come and then take him through the process. Besides, your MPs are looking for their share of the common fund to carry out the various development activities in their constituencies. The longer you delay the appointment of the administrator of the common fund, the longer our various allocations are going to be delayed. So I think that you started the process already. Let's continue.
Yes. Yes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader, who is the leader of government business, he alone goes to the Jubilee House. And he alone knows what happens. Mr. Speaker, I had my turn. It is his turn. I cannot enjoy that privilege forever. You should enjoy it. It is his time. Mr. Speaker, he goes there alone. And if under this whole reset government, a letter could come all the way from Jubilee in error, and it has been corrected, which we don't have a problem. Mr. Speaker, we believe that if it's indeed been corrected, let us start the processes properly, Mr. Speaker, because the originator of the letter concedes that there was an error. But notwithstanding my concerns, he's the leader of the House. He's made a point that we should engage the Speaker and find a way out of this. But notwithstanding again, Mr. Speaker, Speaker's ruling directive was to the effect that you were misled. As to who misled you, we'll litigate it later. But Mr. Speaker, there's a gentleman seated behind the Majority Leader. I watched him in my office. He's a first-timer. He debated strongly with some energy. And Mr. Speaker, when you see talent, you must say it. This parliament, a lot of first-time talent. And I also enjoyed Honorable Koko Asante, making solid point. I don't know your name, but I watch you in admiration. And I want to acknowledge that for Hansard and that of my colleague Koko Asante. You know, we gave you a match. And then somebody was quoting inflation to be 94%. Next time, never. You say inflation to GDP at 94%. Inflation to GDP, 94%.
Leader.
Is that what you were taught?
Leader.
Is that what you were taught in majority?
Minority leader.
Inflation to GDP, 94%.
Minority leader.
Don't make that mistake in this chamber again.
Honorable members, please, leader, I think this issue, we should let it rest. The communication came, Mr. Speaker read, but he observed certain anomalies. So he didn't do the referral. The next day when I was presiding, the clerk informed me that Mr. Speaker didn't make the referral. So I should do that. That's why I went ahead to do that. So later on, Mr. Speaker discussed with me that he deliberately decided not to do because he observed something. So please, I don't think there's any issue we have to raise about this.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for bringing clarity. But Mr. Speaker, I've just seen the Minister for Roads seated in this chamber. He is supposed to stay at the ministry and pay contractors. Mr. Speaker, this is not where you are supposed to be. Go to the ministry and work. If you want to be in leadership, then resign. He comes here to bring the temperature, raise the temperature, and then when he comes, he wants to change the temperature in this chamber. The contractors need to be paid.
Thank you.
The roads must be constructed.
Thank you, leader.
Leave this chamber and go and work.
Leader, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you should leave here and go and work.
Oh, are you responding to your friend?
Mr. Speaker, I get to the office at 7 o'clock in the morning and work to 1 o'clock. Then I come and perform my duty as a member of parliament. So I agree with him. We owe contractors. We shall work hard to pay the contractors. But he should also know that I'm still a member of parliament and I enjoy this as well. So I'll be here as a member. For the rest of the day, I'll be here with you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, it's part of the business, eh? So let's enjoy it. So let me now turn to Honorable Eric Opoku, Minister for Agri. Excuse me, hold on, Honorable. Who just spoke? No, Honorable Koko spoke. Oh, yeah. Yes. So, honorable members, please. Yes, that is right. So, let me turn to Honorable Osenyako.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Osenyako.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You are chairman. You have 15 minutes.
I'm the ranking. I'm no more the chairman.
Ranking, 15 minutes.
Time has changed.
Time has changed indeed.
Yes.
You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a few comments on the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, we on this side, our duty on this side, Mr. Speaker, our duty on this side is to scrutinize whatever the executive brings to this house and point out deficiencies in whatever they bring and profess alternative to the government. And that is exactly what I want to do this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister came to this house and presented the budget statement and the economic policy on behalf of the president. And it is sad to note that I've gone through the budget statement, I've read through it, especially on the road sector.
And I find it very curious that a whole budget, which is the major determinant for any resource allocation and any investment requirement, failed to give or failed to tell the House or inform the House about the network, the national network size, the road network size of this country. I'm sad. I've gone through the budget. So if a budget that the government is making allocation, that he is saying that I'm going to uncap road fund and provide an amount of 2.81 billion and also provide another 2.2 billion as a GOG contribution for the road sector, fails to tell us that this is the amount of kilometers that we have, the kilometrage of the country in terms of the network size. Then how did they come about with the amount of money that they are allocating to the sector? Mr. Speaker, I quite remember that in 2016, at the end of 2016, the NDC government, when they were leaving office, the network, the total network size of this country was 78,400. As of December 2024, and I'm quoting from the Presidential Transitional Report, which I have it. I'm sure my colleagues and the minister is here, they also have the Presidential Transition Report. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about 137,683 kilometers. It is contained in the Presidential Transition Report. I'm not making it. The minister is there. He can get the report and read it by himself. I can also help him with the pages that he can find it. It's poor. Which percentage is good? Which percentage is bad or fairly good? Then how did they come about in allocating resources to this sector? Mr. Speaker, no wonder that if we want to talk about the first 5 key priority sectors under this government, the road sector is not part of it. And it's very sad. I have it here. It's here, if you want to doubt it. I have even gone ahead to design and make maps for you. Graph is here. In 2024, I will call it Dedication under 2025 is the number 1 on it. Health is number 2. Interior is number 3. Defense is number 4. Then Office of Government Machinery is number 5. I want to tell you, let me tell you about 2024. 2024, education is number 1. Health, number 2. Interior, number 3. Roads, number 4. And defense, number 5. No wonder that, Mr. Speaker, if you take the report, their own budget statement, if you want to go to if you want to check appendix 1C, paragraph 2.1, under construction. Sometimes they come here and they make a whole noise. That you say you constructed, it's not true. I am not saying it. I have the report here. They should read. And they will see the performance of the construction sector. The performance of the construction sector in your own budget is 9.6. That is how we perform. So if you see that from Ofanko to Nsawam is being constructed, if you see that Tama Motorway is being constructed, if you see other major roads, if you see Aflao, Tama to Aflao is being done. If you see Tama to Akosomo Road is being done. Then, Mr. Speaker, you should know, Accra to Dodo, I have not even mentioned, then you should know how much the previous government have spent in making sure that he fixed our roads. Mr. Speaker, it is sad that a government that got the support of Ghanaians to win power now is telling us, when a lot of people, a lot of Ghanaians are expecting that as for the NDC government, they are coming to construct our roads. I have a bad news for them. If you look at what they themselves are presented to this house, those people who are expecting their roads to be constructed, I am telling you, the Mahama government says that it doesn't have enough money and your road is not priority for them. But you want the government to come and tell me, if you want to understand and you want to know, if you want to know what I'm saying, go and read the budget. The budget is for you to read and understand, not for you to read alone. Read and understand what it is contained in the budget. If you don't understand it, how would you be able to? Mr. Speaker, then and again, the finance minister in presenting the budget, I heard the minister talking about the road ministry has committed this country into almost about 103 billion. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to use this time, even if that is what is going to take all my time, to educate everybody in this country and every Ghanaian. You hear this commitment is, they have committed 100 billion. But when you are reporting, when you came to this house to even report about the liabilities of of the country or the ministry, why didn't you give us the details of those commitments that we are talking about? Mr. Speaker, in fact, let me tell you, when you go to the Ministry of Roads and Highways, the average life cycle of every project is 5 years. So when they give a project, so this year, for instance, the budget that they are allocating to the ministry, even if they say they are going to construct the road from Parliament here to, let's say, Circle, they have programmed it for 5 years. The following year, they also have the same opportunity to do it. So if you come here and create the impression that as if the previous government have saddled this country into, in any case, Mr. Speaker, those commitments that they are saying are not liabilities sitting in the books of the ministry. Most of these projects that they are talking about, most of this have not even gotten commencement certificate. They are sitting in the books. And I am challenging the minister that he should come to this house and tell us how many of this amount of this project that he's claiming that we are owing this, the ministry has committed into almost 103 billion Ghana. How much of it is a running contract? I remember the last time I threw the challenge to the minister to be able to go back and audit it. In any case, when they were leaving office in 2016, there were a lot of commitment they have also done. But Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to politicize the issue. It is time for us as a country to be able to deal with this matter And it is so because every government comes and there is some kind of commitment and indebtedness because there is a funding gap at the ministry. Nobody wants to talk about it. If you have a ministry that presents a budget and they come and out of the budget, government says that I can only provide only 30% of your budget. How do you expect the ministry to work? Mr. Speaker, so that is why I'm saying that we are here for the people. We are here for Ghanaians. And therefore, if we want to make sure we provide the needed support and the services to the Ghanaian people, then we have to do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, I am happy the minister spoke about the reintroduction of the Road 2. It is not news. Page 85 of the media budget review in 2024 media budget, which was presented by my colleague Amin Anta in this house, mentioned it. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, processes started, stakeholder consultation started at the ministry. So it is not news. But I am happy that the new government is taking the matter up and ensuring that this matter that every Ghanaian is talking about, we are able to do it. But the caution is, Mr. Speaker, it is not because we want to gain political advantage that we say we want to bring the toll collection back. If we want to bring a toll collection, the reintroduction of the tolls, if we want to bring it back, and we cannot put measures in place and accumulate enough to fix our roads, then there is no need for us to reintroduce it. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, the government want to please the Ghanaian people because they are voted for, but they have to be cautious how they want to carry on or how they want to execute their programs. That is what I want to assure them, that we on this side, if they are doing the right thing, we are going to support them. But if they are doing the wrong thing, we will put them on their toes. And I'm happy the minister is here.
Thank you.
A former colleague. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, you have to pardon me to just make this small comment. Mr. Speaker, they talked about the big push. Mr. Speaker, how much of this big push is going to the road sector? I want to know. How much of it is going to the road sector? And how come that an average of $2.5 billion now turned to $800 million? That is equivalent of about 13.8 billion. So, I want to urge the minister, the finance minister,
thank you, Honorable Ranking,
to ensure that he gives the necessary investment that is needed by the road sector so that the road sector can thrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Well, let me now turn to Honorable Eric Opoku. Honorable, we have 50 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, hold on.
For the opportunity.
Leader, hold on. Leader, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Honorable Minister of Agri. But Majority Leader, are you not going again? Mr. Speaker, are you not go? Mr. Speaker, I was again. But your deputy is here. Why are you returning? Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Mr. Speaker, the arrangement was that the sector ministers will lead the commentary on their sectors, but they would present a brief on their sector policies at the dispatch box. So I actually thought that was what he was trying to draw the attention of the minister to. So that's why I was waiting to hear what he would say. So that really is the understanding. That they are not really debating, but they are going to come and then present their sector. Of course, yes. And even the discussion was that after they have presented their sector positions and policies, they will listen to the commentary. And if in the end they need to respond, then we will give them some time to respond, to clarify the policy. That's how we structured. We started with the finance minister because the finance minister presented his here, and his deputy was here, so that if there is any need to respond to anything, his deputy could respond. So that's the arrangement.
So with that arrangement, it means once the minister is on the dispatch box, there wouldn't be any interruption.
Yes, the minister will not be interrupted.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much.
You want to stand there?
Oh, okay. Wherever.
Yeah, he wants to debate. He's not. I hope you enjoy. You want to be there. Very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, to have a better appreciation of the contents of this budget, you must understand the theme. The theme of this budget is resetting the economy for the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, what is the meaning of reset? Reset means to set again or differently. It means that the economy of Ghana was on the proper track to deliver prosperity unto the people of Ghana. And within the last 8 years, we veered off completely. And so this is the time to bring back the economy on the proper track. And that is what this budget is seeking to do. Mr. Speaker, this is the explanation, the meaning.
Honorable, you see, that's why you were asked to come and stand on the dispatch box.
Okay.
Because once you are there, the leader can interrupt. And I see that is why. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, our elders say, "Agro beswa ifianopa." Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that the Minister of Agric is here to defend a budget. Mr. Speaker, he should look at the allocation. The minister said he was giving you 1.5 billion. When you look at the expenditure, only 924 million. Even so, you have over 40% of it in compensation. Just is the first year. You've said nothing about agriculture, and you are here to defend this budget. And you're saying what? That your ministry has been rendered redundant. Mr. Speaker, politics will lead a man somewhere. What is it in your budget? What is it? What is it about agric?
Leader.
No, but
leader,
ask him.
Thank you.
Look at the figures.
Leader, thank you.
Look at the figures.
Leader, thank you. Leader, thank you.
And you are here to defend this budget? Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me. You have 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the practice in this House is that when the budget is presented, we look at the policies first and then we move to the appropriation. It is when we are dealing with the appropriation that will look at the figures involved. It appears the Honorable Minority Leader is jumping the gun to look at appropriations when we are not there at all. So this is the time for us to look at policies, and I'm here to present the policies and to explain. Mr. Speaker, the theme of the budget says that resetting the economy for the Ghana we want. Reset means that something was on the proper track, it veered off completely, and now we want to bring it back. And that is what this budget seeks to do. Reset means set again or differently. And so this budget intends to bring the economy of Ghana on the proper track. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to focus on where the economy was, where it veered off to, and the measures we are putting in place in the budget to bring back the economy on the proper track to deliver prosperity to all Ghanaians, including our minority, the few people who are here as minority members. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, we have been told that growth rate was 3.7%. And they say that 2024, they recorded 5.7%. And therefore, we should praise them. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, when the Ghanaian economy recorded growth rate of 3.6%, as they are saying, food inflation was 9.7%. Food inflation was 9.7% from your own budget in 2017. Today that you are talking about 5.7% growth rate, your food inflation is hovering above 23%. And you know the implications of rising food inflation. When your food prices are going up, it means that you are pushing a lot of people into the abject poverty zone. So you are making Ghanaians poorer and poorer, even though you claim you have recorded growth rate of 5.7%. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the Bank of Ghana, that has the mandate to print money for this country, recorded profit. But in 2024, 2022, 2023, 2024, you are claiming that growth rate is 5.7%. But look at where you have landed the Bank of Ghana. In just 1 year, they recorded a loss of 60.8 billion Ghana cedis, unprecedented in the history of this country. That amounted to 5 billion United States dollars. And for the first time, your government in 1 year, in 2 years, 2022, 2023, borrowed almost 80 billion from the Bank of Ghana. Source, you are asking for source. It's in your own records. It is here in Parliament. It is something that is here in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this is an indication that, this is a clear indication that the Bank of Ghana must indeed be reset. And that is exactly what this budget is seeking to do. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, when the growth rate was 3.6%, food import bill was hovering around $800 million. And today you are touting growth rate of 5.7%, when the food import bill is above $2 billion. Have you forgotten the unemployment rate, which in 2016 was around 5.23%, and is today in 2024 was around 14.7%. And you sit here touting 5.7 growth rate as an achievement? It appears you don't understand the budget. You are lost completely. In 2016, there was nothing like that exchange program. You came into office, you borrowed, you expended the money, and when the time was due for you to pay, you didn't have the capacity to pay. That is reckless borrowing. There was no arrangement for you to pay. And so you had to go to your creditors to plead for the postponement of your debt.
That is the meaning of the debt exchange program you implemented. And you know the implications of what that program that you did. The budget says that because of the debt exchange program, in 2025, the debt that you postponed, the money you expended and refused to pay and postponed for us to come and pay, that amount alone, 2025, under this budget, we are paying 18.3 billion. 2026, we are paying 22 billion. 2027, we are paying 58 billion. 2028, we are paying 53 billion. All together, we are paying 150 billion. And you have the guts, the effrontery, to come and sit here and then chastise the NDC for resetting, for correcting the wrongs, the damage that you have done to the Ghanaian economy. Please and please again, I am surprised that you have this courage, in spite of all that you have done to us. Mr. Speaker, what is most important is this. When the GDP growth was 3.6, the growth rate was 3.6% in 2016, the credit agencies, we were rated B+. You took the economy to junk status. Our economy was rated junk status. You understand the meaning of junk status? Junk status, non-investment grade. Non-investment grade. It means that nobody should invest in our economy. It means that nobody should invest in the Ghanaian economy. Somebody is saying that before leaving office, you had CCC+. Do you know the meaning? It means that high risk of default. Even that high risk of default. That is where we have landed us. And so what we need to do is not to continue on the path that you charted. It is to reset. And that is what this budget is seeking to do. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the total debt of this nation, the total debt of our nation was 120 billion. 120 billion. In 2024, the debt had ballooned to over 700 billion. 741 billion. We handed over an economy to you with a growth rate of 3.6%, on the back of which you were able to borrow and borrow and borrow to the extent that now Ghana can no longer borrow again. You created it. Under your economy, the economy that we have today, Ghana cannot borrow from international sources. We can't issue bonds. Ghanaians have lost credibility. They have lost faith in government of Ghana bonds because of your recklessness. And I'm surprised that you can come and sit here and create the impression that all is well. Have you forgotten that we left with you the sinking fund? And we left in the sinking fund almost $300 million. You depleted everything. And today, you have handed over to us sinking fund with just $64,000. What about the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund? What about the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund?
Honorable members,
we handed over to you the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, in which we had $274 million. You have expended everything and even collateralized the process. You have collateralized the process. Into the, yes, Jeff, you don't know. You see, you are lost. What about the Ghana GET Fund? What about the GET Fund? We gave you the GET Fund with direct inflows into the fund to support education development. And look at what you have done. You created special purpose vehicle called Dachi PLC and collateralized process into the GET Fund. Ahead of us, we introduced into this house the energy sector levies to rake in almost 3 billion Ghana cedis every year to enable us deal with the legacy debt at the energy sector. When you assume office, you collateralize the process for 15 years. 15 years. So what we have to do now is to change the status quo. We have to change the story. And that is what this budget is seeking
to do. That is the meaning of the research that we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, we needed 10 billion Ghana cedis to pay as interest on our nation's debt. Today in the budget, because of your reckless borrowing, we need 65 billion Ghana cedis to pay as interest. Now you are talking about cocoa equiafo. Look at how we have damaged the cocoa sector. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, when the growth rate was 3.6%, cocoa production was 969,000 tons. Today, you are talking about growth rate of 5.7%. Meanwhile, cocoa production is around 530,000 tons. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, when the growth rate was 3.6%, the total debt of cocoa board was 1 billion Ghana cedis. Today, the total debt of cocoa board is 32 billion Ghana cedis. 9.7 billion of that is due for payment this year. And you are here defending this. Your credibility is at stake. Please, give us the opportunity to reset. Give us the opportunity to reset. Now, how do you reset it? Now, listen to the reset. This is how we want to reset it. You want to hear about cocoa price? Let's do the reset first. Mr. Speaker, the agenda for the reset is what we call Agriculture for Economic Transformation Agenda. Our government has decided to use agriculture as the vehicle to engender economic transformation in this country. To be able to do this, we have crafted the relevant strategies. The first strategy is what we call the Feed Ghana program. Under the Feed Ghana program, we want to drive this nation towards food sufficiency so that we can reduce the huge food import bill, restore stability to the exchange rate, and then ensure that every Ghanaian living within the boundaries of this country is fed from local sources. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with the policies. When you come to appropriation, I hope you understand. You have been in this house for a long time, so you know what appropriation means. Now, under the Feed Ghana program, we have the Vegetable Development Project. This one is focused on the production of vegetables like tomato, onion, pepper, and the rest of them. We have had planting for food and jobs for 8 solid years. But in your own budget, specifically, paragraph 401 of the 2024 budget, you reported to this house that Ghana is still importing pepper, that Ghana is still importing tomato, and it is estimated that we are importing tomato at a cost of $400 million annually from Burkina Faso. We are importing onion at a cost of $24 million from Niger. This must be changed, and that is why we have introduced the Vegetable Development Project, under which we want to increase production of these vegetables to win ourselves off of the import.
So,
and
Honorable Minister, you must begin to descend for landing.
I will descend soon, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
And then we're also implementing the Grains Development Project. This one, we are targeting the rice, maize, soya, and the rest of them. Then we also have the Poultry Farm to the Table Project. Poultry Farm to the Table Project. And then the Nkukwan Kitenkete Program. Mr. Speaker, let me put on record today that Nkukwan Kitenkete Program is an ongoing program. It was started by your government. You don't know. You are saying, hey, your government procured 10,000 battery cages distributed to the farmers without giving them their old checks. I've requested for the list so that our government will provide them with the day old checks. And you sit here complaining. You bought 10,000 kgs and you said you distributed them to the farmers, but you did not give them the day old checks.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, even though the time is limited, I think I will have the appropriate opportunity will be granted for me to come here and then speak to the issues that they want. But the point is that you have to agree with us, understand the policies we are putting in place to be able to reset the nation, because the mess you have created is what this budget seeks to correct. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Let me now turn to Honorable Dr. Gideon Boako. Doc, are you ranking? Dr. Kabiru, I didn't mention your name. I mentioned Dr. Gideon Boako. Oh, okay. So, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity and for my colleague to cede that opportunity for me. Mr. Speaker, today our various speakers have demonstrated with ocular proof that this budget is not credible. We have demonstrated with ocular proof that this government is a chingilingi government with obolo budget. We have demonstrated with ocular proof that this budget is a consumption budget with over 97% of allocation going into consumption. We have demonstrated that this budget cannot address the underlying macroeconomic issues affecting this country. But that said, Mr. Speaker, there are some factual inaccuracies contained in this budget, which goes into the credibility of the budget. And I'll refer members of this particular House to paragraph 50 of page 11. The minister deliberately misrepresented our GDP by saying that central government arrears was 5.2% to GDP. Again, he stated that the road sector alone debt was amounting to 21 billion. Mr. Speaker, that is not the fact, because their own budget on paragraph 12 stated that infrastructure owing, the total infrastructure sector is 22 billion. This goes to the core of the credibility of the budget that earlier on speakers talked about. Mr. Speaker, let me talk about the allocations. It is quite important to know that, Mr. Speaker, the Office of Government Machinery, as alluded, has increased the allocation of compensation by 728%. In contradistinction to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, Parliament has only 8% increase in allocation. The House that is supposed to approve this budget is having only 8% increment in allocation, but in the case of Office of President, they are doing 728% increase. And that should tell you the priority of government in this budget. Mr. Speaker, they mentioned about allocations. They stated that, they have increased allocation to LEAP. And they are saying they are doing 33% increase allocation to school feeding program. Mr. Speaker, they forgot that we did 39% increase. This is a matter of fact. And a matter of fact, they are born out of the records of this House. You are doing 33% and you want us to give you credit on school feeding program when we did 39%. Mr. Speaker, they want us to pat them on the back and saying that LEAP has increased by 30%. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we increased LEAP by over 100%, and in 2024, we increased LEAP by 85%. Now they are doing only 30%, and they want us to clap for them that LEAP has been increased. In the first place, the LEAP requirement under the IMF program, in fact, let me reference the Memorandum of Understanding, Memorandum of Economic and Financial Policy of the Government 15. It's ring-fence funding to social policies. And if they don't know, they should know that we are supposed to do some 32 billion accumulative floor in terms of the IMF program, in terms of social spending. So they are not doing anything different apart from the IMF program. Mr. Speaker, I will go back to highlight what the budget didn't include. The budget failed to budget for their flagship program, 24-hour economy. It did not budget for it. Mr. Speaker, their budget failed and has actually reduced funding to domestic. When their vice president is a woman who should be championing funding to domestic violence fund, they have decreased it by 85%. the funding has been decreased by 85%. And Mr. Speaker, they have also reduced funding to trafficking by 78%. Mr. Speaker, let me go you by sector. In fact, administration has been increased by 39%, that is consumption. They have increased social spending by 10%, that is consumption. They have increased public safety by 19%, that is consumption. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure funding has been reduced by 25% in their budget, without prejudice to their cap, to their big push program. Mr. Speaker, this is the budget we are talking about. And this budget can speak to the system. Mr. Speaker, they're saying that rest, let me not even go there, because the fact of this budget speaks for itself. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by some of the hidden hardship. Mr. Speaker, they have hidden some hardship under the budget, and I'll conclude with that. One, they are going to increase tax on small-scale mining and upstream oil sector by 3%. Mr. Speaker, they are introducing 2% tax on gross profit of other companies. Mr. Speaker, they are doing 1 to 2% taxes on all imports, including catalyzers that are used for farming. Mr. Speaker, they have introduced road toll. Mr. Speaker, they are doing 3% tax, 5% tax on banks.
Honourable member, please wind up. Your time is up.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. So this is what they are doing in the budget. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that this budget will not deliver the goods. It is clear that this budget is designed for consumption. It is clear this budget is designed to give the office of the president much spending, space to spend unlimited and unguarded. It is clear that this budget does not address their own agriculture program. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a budget that is supposed to create, loot, and share. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me turn to Honorable Dr. Godfred Seydou-Jassa. Honorable Member, you are Deputy Chairman. You have 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I have been upgraded to a chairman.
Are you Chairman or Deputy Chairman?
Chairman now.
You are Chairman?
Yes.
Then you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to add my comments to the statement on the budget and economic policy of government ably delivered to this House by the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, I think it is clear now to everyone, after listening to my earlier senior colleague, Honorable Eric Opoku, explain the theme that is underpinning this budget is resetting the economy for the Ghana we want. And so I noticed that most of our colleagues today, instead of debating the economic policy, are actually already interested in jumping the gun and debating the appropriations and the figures. Mr. Speaker, allow me to say a bit more on the policy statement, and then once they've taken us to appropriation, I shall introduce the debate on appropriation as well, whilst we wait for the appropriation dates to come. Mr. Speaker, you will know that the kind of economy that we ran in the last 8 years is clearly problematic. Mr. Speaker, I refer you to the 2025 budget statement on page 45. Page 45 gives the table outlining the growth that we have witnessed for the sector. Mr. Speaker, page 45, read page 45, you will see a table 33. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the sector grew by 2.7%. Mr. Speaker, is it not curious that in 2024, the last government left the sector at 2.8? So clearly, 0.1% increment. Mr. Speaker, that should tell you
that the inconsistencies of the policies that we have seen in the agricultural sector speak to this outcome and output that we have seen. Mr. Speaker, that tells you that in spite of all the resource basket and envelopes that we have not been forthright in determining what our priorities are as a country. Mr. Speaker, we've listened to the last 3 budgets at least, where the finance minister would come and tell us that agriculture is the sector that they will push a lot of resources and investments into for us to get the kind of growth that we need. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we've not been able to see that. Mr. Speaker, what we kept on hearing is that there has been a program called Planting for Food and Jobs. Mr. Speaker, as of October 2023, it was determined by the NPP government itself that the Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 1 had failed and that there was a need to deal with Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 2. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we still do not have an end report of what Planting for Food and Jobs 1 actually delivered to this country. And so in October, the whole government machinery was shifted to Tamale to launch the Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 2. Mr. Speaker, under the Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 2, we were told that the government was shifting its focus from input subsidy to input credit. Mr. Speaker, input credit, when you ask what arrangements does government have to support input credit, Mr. Speaker, they tell you that they will let the private sector give the input credits to farmers. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, nothing really happened. And yet, in 2024, the budget reveals 700 million cedis was allocated to Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 2. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we did not see any real application of the 700 million cedis on the ground towards food production. That's how come, Mr. Speaker, you had the food inflation rate still being a high chunk of the inflation budget for this country. Mr. Speaker, that said, it sets a very bad context. And in addition to that, you also had the drought of last August, where we had about 8 regions affected by this drought. Mr. Speaker, when this drought came about, what we realized was that we didn't have any food produce because, again, the 700 million was expended in administrative and big talk English. We didn't see any production or support to inputs on the ground. And so at the end of the day, we didn't have any food to boast of. And so you saw that the Ministry of Agri was busy going around Ministry of Finance trying to look for money and import food in the end. Mr. Speaker, when the food came, we couldn't even distribute the food. So many people, World Bank says, about 800,000 more people were driven into the poverty bracket. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is the context in which we find ourselves. That's why I'm very excited with the policy statement on agriculture for economic transformation. That agenda is clearly what we need as a country. Mr. Speaker, that agenda has been very much aligned with the manifesto promises of the NDC administration, and that has been endorsed by the people of Ghana. That's how come we have this supermajority. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are very determined in rolling out the agenda for economic transformation through agriculture. Mr. Speaker, you see that if I refer you to paragraph 518, it says clearly about what the agriculture for economic transformation is, and then 519 will tell you about the Feed Ghana program. Mr. Speaker, what is transformational about this program is that there is not just going to be investments in production, but beyond investment, once the production comes up, there are arrangements to ensure that we are able to process the produce that we get in the country. And so you see that a whole resource envelope has been allocated to make sure that this kind of processing and transformation that this country so much desire is taken care of. So, for example, the Minister of Finance announces a 1.5 billion Ghana cedis for the sector. Mr. Speaker, some people have made arguments that, oh no, he promised 1.5 billion, but then when you go to paragraph 4A on page 140, that he's only allocating 924 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, which program comes without administration? Mr. Speaker, the 900, even if you go by the argument of 924 million Ghana cedis, that's still above what the previous government allocated for its flagship program, which was the Planting for Food and Jobs, which is 700 million Ghana cedis. And so clearly, there has been an appreciation of the allocation to flagship or initiatives that the government of the day stands for. And so I think that we should commend the Minister of Finance for having this forthrightness, for giving that additional allocation to that initiative. And so nobody should argue that, oh, he promised 1.5 and then he's allocating 924 million. Mr. Speaker, even the 924 million, there are components for capex and there are components for compensation as well. Now, these together, the programs don't come in isolation. The programs have to be administered by an administrative setup. They have to be administered by personnel. This personnel ought to have compensation. This personnel ought to have administrative arrangements for them to be able to deliver that. So, Mr. Speaker, if you read the budget in totality, you see that the 1.5 from GOG that the Minister of Finance actually promises is really what is allocated in the budget. Mr. Speaker, the other one that is exciting is that we have over the years been busy with agriculture and the drudgery of production. Machinery supply has been a huge problem. And so the Farmer Service Center initiatives is one other solid policy that we are excited about. Now, in this budget, the Minister of Finance indicates to us that we'll have about 50 farmer service centers established for the first year. Mr. Speaker, what these 50 farmer services centers are going to do is that they will have a full complement of machinery that will be required by smallholders and also commercial farmers to be able to give out the land preparation activities. There will be inputs that will be available for these farmers to be able to prosecute. Mr. Speaker, can you save me from Honorable Patrick Boama, please? Honorable Patrick Boama knows that the Farmer Service Center is the game changer, and that if we can have 50 of them for the first year, you can imagine what will happen in subsequent years. So, Mr. Speaker, let's not be misled that there is nothing in this budget. There is actually the solutions to our problems in agriculture. And if we can have these solutions well implemented, then that will be a trigger for economic transformation. And so I call on every one of us to support these initiatives, these laudable policies that have been so clearly defined in the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, we also have another important thing. About 98% of our poultry requirement is actually imported into this country. That's a shame. What are we doing with all the resources to be able to reverse this trend? And so, Mr. Speaker, the Poultry Farm to Table Program initiative.
Honorable Member, I think the Speaker just admonished us not to use the word shame. So, please.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw that and apologize.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, so the shame was actually to the country, not to any member. But I respectfully withdraw that, Mr. Speaker. The point I'm trying to make is that it's unacceptable that we will be importing 98% of our poultry needs into this country. And so that is something that is so worrying to the current government led by President Mahama. And so the Poultry Farm to Table program is something that is targeting at reversing this trend. And so this year, we hope to do the Nkuko Kitten Kitten, and I go by what Professor Edward Onuma proposed to us, that Nkuko Ayakran Kitten Kitten is another way we can go, which emphasizes the processing of it into cutting these poultry into parts. And that 55,000 households are going to benefit from that program this year. Mr. Speaker, my thinking is that if we can achieve this, and all of us support to achieve this, and we can do this incrementally, by the next medium term, we should be able to reverse this import bill, high import bill that is attributed to poultry. Mr. Speaker, the next one is that because of the climate change that we've been suffering as a country, production, in fact, is difficult now for farmers to predict when the next rains will come, and so on and so forth. And so irrigation becomes so important and so critical. And so the Ministry of Agri already have launched the Irrigation for Wealth program. Now, you know the story of Palugu Dam, where we spent $12 million, and then what you find there is ground, just clear trees and nothing else. Now, Mr. Speaker, this means that we have not invested adequately in irrigation facilities. Knowing the kind of terrain that we are in, the kind of climate that we are suffering in, I think that this policy proposition is a huge cure, is the appropriate cure to solving that problem. And so some allocations have been made to this program, and this program is also opening up for investment. That each of us, if we have any kind of farming, we should also be thinking about investing in small-scale irrigation so that where there is rain failure, we will be able to compensate that by the irrigation program. Mr. Speaker, the next critical one that is also important as a policy solution to some of our challenges is what is referred to as AgriNext. Mr. Speaker, this is targeting youth, where traditionally many youth are not interested in the drudgery and that is associated with agriculture. And so this program is expected to create some land banks and then develop these land banks, get support and training for youth, get them developed into some skills, get them the priority crops that they are interested in, and then support the production and processing. So that at the same time, being who they are, the Gen Zs and all that, will be able to get them to see how they can input servicing, marketing of the produce that they process, etc., into the architecture. That way, my view is that, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to get our youth more excited about agriculture, and then they will be able to support the transformation of the sector in the medium to long term.
Begin to wind up.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd just like to say that this budget statement is appropriate, is the right policy prescriptions for the diseases of this country. Mr. Speaker, we notice that because of the huge debt burden of this country, there will be challenges in financing. And I want to use this platform, Mr. Speaker, to invite the private sector to let us all see this as a national fight, and that these programs have been so outlined adequately, and that we have resource persons at the Ministry of Agriculture and the sector to be able to support and direct investments in this sector. I'm confident that if we can all sing from one hymn book, we'll be able in the medium term to transform the sector into the desired output that we want. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this.
Thank you very much. Honorable, you want to speak? But no. Honorable members, why?
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Please, thank you for...
Honorable member. The leadership... Honorable member, just hold on. Honorable members, I have just been given the list from leadership, so that's why I'm mentioning one by one. So
he wasn't part of it.
Honorable member, I think leadership will do the necessary thing and bring your name. But for now, it is the turn of Honorable Gideon Boaku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Gideon Boaku, you are deputy ranking, and therefore you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the discussion on the budget presented by the Finance Minister. Honorable Mr. Speaker, I have listened to colleagues on their views on the budget, and it is refreshing to hear the different shades of arguments. But Mr. Speaker, it is important that as we debate the budget, we do so conscious of the fact that we are here by virtue of the honor done us by the people of this country, and therefore we owe it a duty to let our submissions be influenced by candor and the plight of the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing the budget taught us, it revealed something important about the economy of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, right from my childhood through to senior high school to the universities, I have been taught the need to have economic diversification for this country. And throughout my formative years, I got to learn that the mainstays of the Ghanaian economy were cocoa, gold, and later on oil. At a point, we lost timber and we continue to lose timber. Mr. Speaker, we were all grappling to see where we can have proper diversification of our economy to move away from the over-reliance on cocoa, gold, and oil. Nobody, Mr. Speaker, thought that Ghana was going to discover something that will contribute so much to the economy other than gold, cocoa, and oil. But, Mr. Speaker, interestingly, on Monday, when the Statistical Service reviewed the quarterly data and subsequently followed up by the Ghana statisticians' presentation to Parliament, we got to know that for the first time, the economy of this country had grown in nominal terms by 1.2 trillion cedis in 2024. That is so remarkable. And Mr. Speaker, it is important to know the facts behind the figures, where the growth is coming from. And for the first time, it is reported by the Ghana Statistical Service that the massive growth that this country recorded in 2024, Mr. Speaker, did not come from cocoa, it did not come from gold, it did not come from oil. But guess what? This growth was fueled by data and SMS, i.e. digitalization. Mr. Speaker, it is important to stress on this point because for the first time, Ghana is seeing a growth fueled by a new element, that is digitalization. And so today, if we are talking about the mainstays of this economy, we can comfortably say that the digitalization efforts that were championed by previous governments, properly so done within the last 8 years and championed by the former Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has led to higher growth in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is important to stress this. If there is anything magnificent that has happened to this economy, if there is anything magnificent that has happened to this economy in the last 2 decades, in the last 3 decades, it is the economic diversification that has taken place as a result of the digitalization agenda. And Mr. Speaker, it is important to stress also that because the economy has grown, we have seen the new government making decisions and coming to Parliament to seek for more funds in terms of our GDP and how much government wants to spend. Anybody would have thought that a government that decided to come on the back of reset and cut expenditure will spend less than what it came to meet. But today, we've seen the government seeking to spend 290 billion cedis, whilst 2024 we spent 250 billion cedis. It is because we have grown the economy. That is why the government can decide to spend more. So it is important to put this into perspective. But Mr. Speaker, whilst we are spending, we must be mindful of where the chunk of our expenditure is going to. I was a bit surprised when I went through the budgets, went through the appendices and the tables, and I saw where government is prioritizing. Mr. Speaker, budget is all about prioritization. Today, we have this government coming to Parliament to seek to spend 290 billion cedis, and out of this, how much we are allocating to improve the lives of our people in the constituency, in the districts, is far lower than how much we are allocating to spend at the presidency. Mr. Speaker, I'm worried about this.
I'm worried about this in the sense that everybody would have thought that this government will prioritize the needs of the ordinary Ghanaian. And so we should not be spending so much at the top and leave those at the base. And Mr. Speaker, I say this in the sense that if you look at the expenditure tables and you want to categorize them, whilst in 2024, the expenditure prioritized local government and roads. In 2025, government expenditure is prioritizing Office of Government Machinery ahead of local government and ahead of roads. But Mr. Speaker, our people in the rural areas need roads. Our people in the local communities need the toilets. Our people in the rural areas need rural electrification. Why are we seeking to prioritize expenditure at the presidency and at the Office of Government Machinery ahead of expenditure at the local level and for our roads? Where is the socialist government? When we do this, we are giving our people one impression, and the simple impression we are giving them is that we don't care so much about them. We want to spend so much at the presidency. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget, you will be shocked, in the sense that in 2024, the ruling party complained so much about expenditure at the Office of Government Machinery. By the entire 2024, how much was allocated for compensation at the Office of Government Machinery was 327 million. Today, the government that seeks to cut costs is seeking to spend a whopping 2.7 billion cedis at the Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about this, so insensitive, then they say that it is increased because we have added other ministries. And what do they talk about? They talk about the National Security Ministry, and they talk about the Ministry of Information. Mr. Speaker, granted that it is true. And they also say that there are other 30 agencies that come under the Office of Government Machinery that hitherto was not there. Mr. Speaker, this is a falsehood. I take them to page 188 of their own budget. At least, in page 188 of the budget, we are given a description of what constitutes Office of Government Machinery. And Mr. Speaker, in Appendix 7A, it talks about the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, the National Identification Authority, the Ghana Card Project, Office of the Chief of Staff, State Interest and Governance Accountability Authority, Internal Audit Service, Government Communications, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Ghana News Agency, and Information Services Department. Mr. Speaker, this does not include any 30 agencies. And Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, all of these, but the ISD and the Ghana News Agencies, were under the Office of Government Machinery. And in addition to that, we had the Zongo Development Fund, we had MASLOC, we have the Scholarship Secretariat, we have the Development Authorities, we have the 1D, 1L Secretariat, we had the Rental Scheme, and the Public Enterprises. Mr. Speaker, there were more agencies under President Akufo-Addo and the Office of Government Machineries than there is today. Yet President Akufo-Addo spent 327 million. But today, we are seeking to spend 2.7 billion. And the breakdown, Mr. Speaker, is what is shocking. We are saying today that under the Office of Government Machinery,
unfortunately, your time is almost up.
Mr. Speaker, we are allocating 8.8 million cedis to government communication for goods and services. A4 sheets, pens, pencils, some topics at the office, 8.8 million cedis, and we are allocating 70 million cedis to government communication for CAPES. What exactly are they going to use that for? Why are you prioritizing this ahead of roads in this country? Mr. Speaker, that cannot come from a government that is a socialist government. And it is so important to know that. Mr. Speaker, before I rest, I have heard arguments here about the Bank of Ghana situation. And people have said that the Bank of Ghana is in negative equity, and therefore the finance minister said they should go and sell some of their assets to pay for that. We need to understand, Mr. Speaker, what we mean by negative equity of a central bank. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about basically is that the liabilities of the bank are exceeding the assets of the bank. But Mr. Speaker, you need to understand how this is coming about. When government was going for the IMF program, there was the need to reduce the debt to GDP ratio, and therefore the Bank of Ghana had to take a 50% haircut. Not a single Ghanaian bondholder suffered from the haircut. The Bank of Ghana became a loss absorber. And Mr. Speaker, it is important. Mr. Speaker,
thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Speaker,
you, Honorable Gideon.
1 minute, Mr. Speaker. It is important to know
Honorable Gideon.
Mr. Speaker, it is important to know where this debt is coming from. The debt, Mr. Speaker, the debt that the Bank of Ghana was made to suffer the haircut for is a 20-year debt. Majority of it was loans the Bank of Ghana advanced to Cocoa Board in 2013. That is what the Bank of Ghana had to scrap.
Thank you, Honorable.
That's exactly what contributed to the negative
Honorable.
So you need to understand it from that point. You need to understand it. And Mr. Speaker, just 1 second.
Thank you, Honorable.
The Bank of Ghana is not seeking for taxpayers' money to pay this. In the IMF program, Mr. Speaker, in the IMF program, there is a 2.6% buffer in the framework. That is what the government must use to pay the...
Honorable, thank you. Honorable, thank you. Honorable, thank you. Thank you. Honorable members. Honorable members. At times that's how it is, but I beg of you, when your time is up, please just bear with the chair. Thank you very much. So it is now the turn of Honorable Eric Afo.
Thank you.
Honorable, are you chairman or?
Chairman for the economy.
Okay, so 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a contribution to the budget under consideration. Right, Honorable Speaker, before I make any comment, I would like to reserve some comment now and comment on the statement Dr. Stephen Amwa made on the floor. If he's not here, you should listen to me. Mr. Speaker, debt to GDP ratio in 2016 was never 71%. It's never 71%. After rebasing, it was 56%. Let's correct that. We should go into the records. Mr. Speaker, I've listened silently to my colleagues on the other side. They are commenting as if we are in 2028. I'm shocked. Mr. Speaker, a government which has not received its maiden budget, we don't have budget, but they are speaking like as if we are in 2028, we've had all the budgets to ourselves. You have just exited power. You should keep quiet, silently, and listen to what we say and what we are going to do. Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record that statistics before us, data before us, shows that within the last 8 years, MPP government has put this economy into a serious jeopardy. A serious jeopardy, which it takes a president with good wisdom to correct these mistakes. I'll call these mistakes. Let me comment a little on the state of the economy, though previous speakers have spoken about it. Mr. Speaker, the debt portfolio in this country now, as has been said, is 726 billion. You have added 607 billion within a span of 8 years. Is it not serious? What are we seeing in this country that warrants this gargantuan borrowing? Mr. Speaker, is serious. Mr. Speaker, within the next 4 years, we need to pay 280 billion within the debt portfolio, for which 150 billion should be paid domestically and 130 foreign. Mr. Speaker, the budget is telling us that we need to pay interest rates within the year about 64 billion. Interest rate alone, 64 billion. Out of 290 billion appropriation, what economy have we left in this country?